winter. My earth takes a break, quake cities off the cliff, down deep sea into mountain, continental shift. Your continent could drown or rip. There's more, think not. You don't know what I'm into, where I'm at. It's all in the mental, smash all instrumentals round me. It's all about my circle squared up with my nature. Fear not, love, bravery. I didn't make her, she made me to create her will. The home she in, shape her skin, contain her frame, no minor. She a major wind angel and grew up educated on the demons, veiny scaly wings, ranger paper bullshit, the mother cup of that. Got nothing to pack, Negro black colored, on the chopping block, still on the blocks chopping, whatever they rap, rob, recover the chop, the world's shaking. Still.
Peace, Morris, let's just rise.
Right, I'll give a little praise to the divine powers, you know, that keep us together.
Peace, Morris, let's just rise and do our prayer. Father on the left, two on the right. Allah, Father of the universe.
Allah, Father of the universe.
Father of love.
Father of love.
Truth. Peace. Freedom. And justice. Allah is my protector. My guide. And my salvation. By night. And by day. His holy prophet. Islam. So we're here for our installment of correcting our yearly or annual correcting Black history, correcting the misnomer of Black history. I want to say thank you to the Moors for making it happen out here. We're gonna start up just with a moment of silence for Brother Congo, because the last time we were here was we think we just stopped by.
Yeah, last year. It didn't seem for very long.
Yeah, we saw him short, and then you already know how it goes. So he's with the ancestors now, so we just want to give a moment of silence, and then Brother Alfonso could come and say a few words, and then we'll get started. Ashe.
Peace, family, Islam, you know. Great to have the Grand Chief in the place again today to give us the real, and Brother Sheldon, you know, give us the real. Yeah, Brother Congo was an elder that was in the community with us, and when I first started to come into this Moorish knowledge, this was the man that really it's funny because I have a book named Ras Alula, right, that I got. And when you look at that book, I swear to God it's Congo on the book. Look, open that thing, you're going to see the, look for a green book. That's a book. Yeah, can you bring it up, brother? And I swear to God, when you look at, I know Congo, when you look at Congo and you look at Ras Alula, that's him. That's him, that's the man. Is that not him? I'll bring it to the camera so you can see what the man look like. Okay? This is one of the generals when they were fighting the Italians back in the Battle of Ottawa in the late 1800s, right? And this is a dead stamp for Congo, you know? The very first, I knew him for a few years. And picture over there. Picture is here, right? Yeah. Congo's here if you guys looking for him, you know? I knew him for a few years and stuff, but we never went to his house. So, you know, and he knew me, we were dealing from like a Rastafarian level, you know, yes, Rasta blessed and these things, right? And then I went to his house one day, and when I went in there, the furniture, the architecture of the house, the tapestry he had, the way he was dressed, I'm like, you're a Moor. And he's like, what's that? And I go, it's you. And then we started like checking, you know, online into the books, and yeah, we realized that he's a Moor and we're Moorish, you know? And it's funny, there is another virgin that's in the city that deals with, you know, so-called upliftment of our people and Pan-African and all these things, you know? And he used to go check Brother Congo every day. And then one day, me and Brother Congo put up the national flag, you know, Moroccan national flag of the land, right? And Ever since that day, the guy never came back and checked it. Even though there's a restaurant downstairs, a Haitian restaurant, and they used to come check the Haitian every day downstairs. But he never come back upstairs to check this guy. And I don't know what it is, but ever since he put that flag up, I don't think he wanted, a lot of people are afraid to make that step across the line of being a Moor. Because they feel like once they do that, they're going to have to give up everything that they knew, all the identity that they had before, everything that they taught of themselves. But no, Moor just means you're going to add to whatever you had before, you're going to add to it. And all that's going to make sense and clarity now, for sure. So it's not something you have to be scared of, man. Just embrace your culture, embrace your, you know, I think it was, I was going to say Brother Sheldon, but no, it's Mizraim has the book that says, are you in denial of your ancestry, right? We're a worldwide people known as Moors from ancient time, known by many names, but as they would tell you, like in the last time we were in power, you know, how did the European get into power? By defeating the Moors. So last time we were in power as a people, we were known as Moors. So if you fall down in the kitchen, you can't get up anywhere else. You can't get up in the bathroom, you can't get up in the bedroom, you have to get up in the kitchen. So since we fell as Moors, let's rise back up people as Moors. And it's a great time what the Prophet told us that like we're actually the fruits of what he planted back in the 20s. We're the third and fourth generation that he said are going to come see him with their eyes wide open. And you know what I mean? He said it's going to take you guys 80 years before you figure out what I did. I'm paraphrasing, of course, you know? But something like that, you know? So this is the time, he told us, when the wheels of industry come to a stop. You know, everything's going to fall back into the hands of the Moors. There's going to be upheaval, of course, but so Moorish science is all about keeping ourselves, learning how to keep ourselves level when this upheaval, you know, confronts us, so we can move on. But we're here, Moors, and it's a great day to be a Moor. It's a great day to be alive. Thank you so much for coming. We've got the Grand Sheikh and Brother Sheldon. He's going to be here to give you the real. So all I got to say is Islam and peace in the nation. Thank you.
Thanks, Omar. We resurrected our Moorish Treaty of Peace and Friendship of 2017. So we've been putting this out in the ethers, so at least those who are on the frequency could get themselves together. So we'll, one of the brothers that has the website nomoredaily.com was talking about signatures at the end of this. So what we'll do is after all of the practices, we'll just say Islam after all the practices to make this a real one. Moorish Treaty of Peace and Friendship, 2007. We, the undersigned Moors, find it necessary to enact a treaty of peace and friendship among ourselves in order to foster unity among ourselves. Since 1929, there has been a proliferation of many Moorish individuals, groups, bodies, organizations, nations, etc. Although we may not agree on every topic and issue, we can agree to disagree without being disagreeable. We all agree that we must practice our 5 principles among ourselves as handed to us by our ancients, by our ancestors, and given to us by our Prophet Noble Jew Ali, namely love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. How can we promote and teach these principles to the world if we do not practice it amongst ourselves? If our ancestors were able to enter into treaties of peace and friendship with Europeans, we should definitely be able to enter into a treaty of peace and friendship among ourselves, the Moors. Islam. This treaty is very simple, so it can be agreeable to all. If we are to practice the 5 principles among ourselves, then we should all be able to agree to the following. So after every statement, if you agree, just say Islam. We agree to practice love among ourselves.
Islam.
We agree to practice truth amongst ourselves. Islam. We agree to practice peace among ourselves. Islam. We agree to practice freedom among ourselves. Islam. We agree to practice justice among ourselves. Islam. We agree not to kill or harm
Islam.
We agree not to slander one another.
Islam.
We agree not to backbite one another.
Islam.
We agree to work in cooperation with one another.
Islam.
We agree to build institutions that will foster and promote unity with one another.
Islam.
We agree to be industrious in building a social and economic base for our nation.
Islam.
We agree that united we stand, divided we fall.
Islam.
One of the elders by Dwayne Hubert Bay used to write articles for the Moorish Guide, one of the Moorish Guide newspapers. And this was one of his articles, explanation of pyramids, inner and outer self. Allah, the small still voice. Islam. The adult mind of man can read the symbols of higher learning. The Prophet said, if you would ask me what to study, I would say yourself. And when you have well studied and again ask me what to study, I would reply yourself. Ask who knows where the higher self, he who knows the higher self knows himself well, Allah. Knows of things that will not pass away. He who knows well the lower self knows the illusions of the world, knows the things that will pass away. Allah the One speaks in a small, still voice, and he who hears is still. The pyramids represent the evolution of man, his spiritual and mental climb to perfection. Teaching of the spirit to be attentive to the soul, that the spirit may actuate the flesh. If a student is following the right discipline, people are sometimes forced by outer control to keep silent, but continue to talk with mind because they have something to say. We continuously talk with mind or ourselves. Proof we have identified with our environment, problems and questions we have identified ourselves with our thoughts. How when the mind is calm, we expect higher ideas to be expressed upon it and be able to look at the outer world more clearly without fog, glamour, or illusion. Know thyself and God Allah. The soul is of all knowledge and most certain of truth. The most plain unto thee, vaunt not thy body because it was first formed, nor of thy brain because therein the soul resides. Is not the master more honorable than its walls? This is the silence of becoming oneself. No true knowledge can be impressed upon an agitated, talkative mind, one who is not at peace. Outer silence, to observe the inner state of mind, to increase the possibility of reaction. The opportunity is given for one to concentrate more on the inner development, to develop willpower so that the mechanical side becomes more under control. This controls speech, emotions, feelings, maturity. There is a very close relation between emotions and nature. Silent man cannot be confused by talk of others because he can notice many people lie through their teeth. Through silence, he stays away from gossip and the complications gossip creates. Inner silence saves previous energy of mind, gives new life to heart, mind, and body, makes speech very impressive and strong. Those who talk too much cannot impress others because they have no thought in his words. Only a silent man can transfer truths. It is not words that lead to nations, but the inner power that comes through the words. Allah speaking through man. Vibrations are thoughts. Rhythm, a continuous thought. Ethers, the substance or cause of thought. The secret of silence is peace. The secret of rejecting all carnal vibrations and building a psychic wall around us. The Great Pyramid was a symbol of this achievement. The King's Chamber was the most innermost center in man, where all physical were unable to penetrate, giving one a chance to focus his mind, passing from one level to another. The wall is built by the devotion of the inner fire, which cleanses the emotional and mental. One's attention is focused on the inner self. The pyramid symbolizes one's head, where he must enter to find self and hear the voice of our higher self, the Allah in man, the stairway to heaven. Islam. Any thoughts on that?
Straightforward.
Pretty much. Honest to the forerunner, Marcus Garvey. We'll just put a couple out there from him. Crocodiles as friends. Men of the Negro race, let me say to you that a greater future is in store for us. We have no cause to lose hope, to become faint-hearted. We must realize that upon ourselves depends our destiny, our future. We must carve out that future, that destiny, and we who make up the Universal Negro Improvement Association have pledged ourselves that nothing in the world shall stand in our way. Nothing in the world shall discourage us, but opposition shall make us work harder, shall bring us closer together, so that one man, the millions of us, will march on toward the goal that we have set for ourselves. The new Negro shall not be deceived. The new Negro refuses to take advice from anyone who has not felt with him and suffered with him. We have suffered for 300 years. Therefore, we feel that the time has come when only those who have suffered with us can interpret our feelings and our spirit. It takes the slave to interpret the feelings of the slave. It takes the unfortunate man to interpret the spirit of his unfortunate brother. And so it takes the suffering Negro to interpret the spirit of his comrade. It is strange that so many people are interested in the Negro now, willing to advise him how to act and what organizations he should join. Yet nobody was interested in the Negro to the extent of not making him a slave for 250 years, reducing him to industrial peonage and serfdom after he was freed. It is strange that the same people can be so interested in the Negro now as to tell him what organization he should follow and what leader he should support. Whilst we are bordering on the future of brighter things, we are also at our danger period, when we must either accept the right philosophy or go down by following deceptive propaganda which has hemmed us for many centuries. Whilst we are bordering on a future of brighter things, right, and we make reference to Noble Drew Ali and the divine warning, where he told the Moors that he's bringing us into the marvelous light. And Marcus Garvey talking about we're going to the brighter side, right? Martin Luther King, the mountaintop, and I can see all the stuff that you're gonna, because all these people knew that the Negro, Black, African, Ethiopian, whatever the brands weren't gonna get us to where we wanted to be. There had to be a transition. Marcus Garvey even making reference to Ethiopia and the Black King, and again, showing the people what sovereignty looks like. You know about sovereign, and you have rights and all that stuff? Look to that king over there in Ethiopia, Pope's kissing his ring and all that. And that'll let you know. Right? We have suffered for 300 years. Again, going back to Noble Drew Ali and us being put in slavery by accepting these brand names, that this is the month that our people do celebrate the brand names, right? A big example that we use is Muhammad Ali, that they would never dare call him Cassius Clay. He did his transition. He did his name correction. He put his stuff on the record. Let them know, don't call me by the slave name anymore. That's not what it is. And then on top of that, he had Ali too, which gives it a whole different perspective as far as him claiming a name. He's part of the Nation of Islam, but everybody else has X's. And then he has Ali. And then Muhammad has and then Fard has whatever. And everybody has these things that are the higher up people. They're not dealing with X. Only the dummies who don't know anything that need to be followed are going to say they're X. 1X to 55X. But the people who, go through the lessons and graduate to the whatever, they get a holy name, which is really supposed to be free national name. And then they're on the path of, Islam is where we're supposed to be at, but it's not about Fard Muhammad is a lying person. It's about he's a messenger, just like Elijah Muhammad's a messenger. And just like Garvey was a messenger. And all these individuals that were around during that time, late 1900s going into 1930s and forward. You have direct assault on the people of them having to take the brands. They have to be Negro or black or whatever in order to be someone. Even though they know that those names aren't the names of their ancient foremothers and forefathers. Because our people would tell us all day that, oh yeah, the name that I got came from the slave master. We're not European, we're on the plantation, that's how we got that name. But then they still stick to that name. Instead of saying, let's correct this issue that we know is an issue. We say it all the time that, you have individuals looking at Moors from the perspective of we're wrong when we say, well, if Rodney King had a nationality, he wouldn't have got what he got. And if Trayvon, and you go down the list of all the people, if they were in their free being, nobody's seeing a Moor and saying, let me just go across him just because he's walking and it's night. So we're going to do something. It doesn't happen like that. Right? They don't do that to the other one is the man from India, that he was just walking in a neighborhood, right? Not from here, doesn't speak English or whatever. And he got lost. And he was looking in garages, trying to find the house or whatever, right? Looking in garages, trying to find the house. He ends up getting his tailbone shattered or whatever like that because highwaymen came out, saw him, tackled him or whatever like that because somebody said a black guy. A black guy is peeping in stuff and all like that. They came tackle this man. He ends up being Hindustani national. And then you don't hear nothing about it ever again. Like you don't hear. It's not so, oh yeah, now the Hindustanis are marching in the street because the Hindustani man, whatever. None of that. They already knew that they injured a national. So they dealt with it, hush money, and they go about their business doing whatever. He got his little payoff because he's a national, and then that's it.
Yeah, I think the policy enforcers involved issue like some major apology
or something like that. They did something crazy.
Yeah, I remember that.
They did something crazy that this doesn't happen.
Yeah.
When we look at, and then they show all the pictures of everybody that got killed by police, and none of these people got an apology. And this one Hindustani man doesn't even speak English or whatever, gets tackled by police, and now he's getting an apology, he's getting paid out, and then our people aren't realizing what's up. Even when they were doing all the protesting or whatever, they had other people down with Black Lives Matter saying their nation. They weren't saying yellow people down with Black Lives Matter. They say Colombians down with Black Lives Matter. Whatever nation supports Black Lives Matter. This nation supports Black Lives Matter. They never ever said the brown people support Black Lives Matter, the orange people support Black Lives Matter. They called their nation right in front of these people's face. And they didn't even pick up on that going on, and they're right there in front of these people's sign with a black fist up or whatever. They're saying Colombians. Marcus Garvey again, deceiving the people. There is many a leader of our race who tells us that everything is well, and that all things will work out themselves, and that a better day is coming. Yes, all of us know that a better day is coming. We all know that one day we will go home to paradise. But while we are hoping by our Christian virtues to have an entry into paradise, we also realize that living on earth, that the things that are practiced in paradise are not practiced here. You have to treat this world as the world treats you. We are living in a temporal, material age, an age of activity, an age of racial, national selfishness. What else can you expect but to give back to the world what the world gives you? And we are calling upon the 400 million Negroes of the world to take a decided stand, a determined stand that shall occupy a firm position. That position shall be an emancipated race and a free nation of our own. We are determined that we shall have a free country. We are determined that we shall have a flag. We are determined that we shall have a government second to none in the world. So him knowing that we're determined to have a free country, we're determined to have a nation of our own, we are determined to have a flag, we are determined that we shall have a government that's our own, that's second to none, then no wonder he's the forerunner of the Moorish movement. Because all those things that he's talking about, a free nation, Noble Drew Ali brought that. A free country, Noble Drew Ali reinvigorated that idea in us, that we're actually home here. We're not foreigners that came here from somewhere else. We're actually in our own land. We shall have a flag. Noble Drew Ali brought the flag back for us. The red flag with the green 5-point star. We are determined that we shall have a government, and our people doing things like this is us exercising in our governmental capacity. The same way that the weekdays, Thursday, 10 to whatever, city council is going to be having whatever, parliament's going to be having their whatever little meeting, that's the exact same thing what we're doing here. Because we're the government for us. They got their government people that deals with their Canadians and their people who come over here from somewhere else that say they want to be Canadian, so they're going to get a visa and whatever like that. Those are those people. And then there's people who've been here, that when these people came here, they saw people here that had their own stuff going on already, so there was no question as to where were they going to. They know that they weren't going to anywhere that was theirs, right? Brother Sheldon could speak on this. I don't know if you want to interject just on the presence, how we're everywhere, just based on your travels.
Do I want to do from here? Or
oh yeah, you might as well get on the camera. Might as well put you to work.
Yeah, Islam everyone.
Wow.
And Roy Sheldon, Theodore Mackenzie, Celestine L. Also known as Brother Sheldon, and I'm known as the, if you want to say, traveling Moor. So I domicile in Germany right now, and constantly traveling for work because I do design. And so I travel to Asia, go to Vietnam 3 times a year, China every now and then, Taiwan every now and then. I've been to Cambodia. I did a presentation on Juali Day just a couple of weeks ago. Been to Cambodia, been to Ghana, been to Egypt proper, so across the border from Israel, so I've been to Israel or Palestine. All of these places, been to Spain. I mean, Europe, everything is right there. Up on a plane in an hour, you're in another culture, so you see everything. And we are literally everywhere. And also, the presentation that I did was the more you are, the more you see. Meaning that the more you learn about yourself, number one, the more you see. And then the more you are, the more that you are, the more stuff that you'll see. So that ties into masonry and the mosaics that you see on buildings, the message that they're putting forth. If you don't know what you're seeing, you don't know that they're talking about you. So in Germany, like I talked about, there's Moorish pharmacies everywhere, in every city, in every small town. In Bamberg, which is a sister city to Nuremberg, where I domicile, there's a Moor tea shop that I went to. There's a video on that as well. That I went there and I talked to the owner. And you can hear me? Okay, because my ears are blocked. Yeah, she pretty much broke down. So there's the Moorish pharmacies, which is Mohen Apotheke, Moorish Apotheke Pharmacy. Then there's Löwe Apotheke, which is Lion's Pharmacy. That's also us. And then there's Einhorn, which is Unicorn Pharmacies. That's also dealing with us. So whenever you see, so based on what she told me, then that let me know as well. Whenever I see a crest where you have the rampant lion and the unicorn, they're talking about us. See how you tie it together? And that's all like...
Well, don't they have the so-called coat of arms of Canada? One side they have, like, we go to the court.
Yeah, you can go, just any coat of arms. Whenever you see a rampant lion that deals with us. Right. So, I mean, Gothenburg, Sweden, and their city crest in Gothenburg is the rampant lion. That's us. Their university, the lions, that's us. When you go to Asia and you see the lion with the mane and its foot on the globe, that's us. So that's how you tie it in. So if you don't know, the more you are, the more you see. If you don't know your history, then you don't know that they're talking about you, and you don't know that you're there. So that's in Germany. There's Moor's hotels in Italy, in Switzerland. I didn't show any of the Italy stuff, but the Switzerland one, I have it in a Juali presentation. Hungary, there's a Moor's house in Hungary. Where else? Just pretty much all over Europe, it's all there. You go to museums, on the outside of museums, there's the Berlin National Museum, and I think it's on the left, yeah. The left side of the building, there's a full-on Moor turban with a fez on, and it's a statue within the building. And then in the corridor, when you walk through, there's a pyramid on top of the all-seeing eye. So if you don't know what you're looking for, there's also the, in Paris, Paris is everywhere. And the Arc de Triomphe, the Triumphant Arch, in there they're telling about the story of the war of France and Morocco. And within the carvings on the structure, it talks about the victory of France. And there, like I talked about in Juali, there's a, like if you want to say a mosaic then, of the victor, his left foot is forward, the left side is to receive, the right side is to give. His left foot is forward, the angel's on his left side with her right hand putting a crown on his head, right? Then his hand is out like this. The Moorish woman with the Moabitess with the Moorish castle on her head as a crown, she's kneeling facing him, so he subdued her. And then in the corner, there's a small little lion. So that all ties into us if you don't know what you're reading. You understand? So literally everywhere that I've gone, I've seen remnants of us being there. I've been to a port city in Taiwan, and around that area there's buildings with Moorish architecture. So this is another reason why I always say it's really important to travel. First of all, you need to learn about your history, and then travel, because it'll validate everything that you learn. So when I went to Ghana, and I went into this restaurant, the person said, "Welcome, Your Highness," to me. And because I'm always in habit, like 95% of the time, wherever I go. If it's raining, I won't wear it. If it's raining, I'll just have the turban on or something. But I had my fez on, and he said, "Welcome, Your Highness," and I didn't know what he was saying. It was the Ghanaian taxi driver that told me after we left that he said, "Welcome, Your Highness," when I walked in. Right?
Yes, Highness.
You know, when I'm in Turkey, in the airport in Turkey, I'm getting stopped all the time because I fly to go to Asia. I fly through Turkey, Istanbul, to go to Asia. And there, you know the history about the fez in Turkey, how it was banned by one of the princes in the early 1900s, and then they reinstated it, but nobody really wears it there. But when I'm there, people are stopping me, wanting to take pictures, asking me about it, and so on and so forth. So I always say it's really important, first of all, learn your history, and it's really important to travel and talk to people. Like in 2017, when I was in Paris, I went to do a course there, and when I went through security at the airport, coming back, one guy stopped me, and I take the pat down instead of going through the, you know, the
Scanner.
Yeah, the scanner. I normally take the physical pat down because I don't go through the thing, right? And he's giving me the pat down, and he's asking me about the fez, and I said, "Yeah, I'm from Al-Maghrib Al-Aqsa, which is Morocco the farthest west." And he said, he said, "Yeah, I'm from Morocco." And he knew that North America was Morocco the farthest west. When I first heard it, I didn't believe it. But 3 people outside of this country verified it for me. 2 were from Morocco, and 1 was from Jordan. And the way...
Islam to Bashir.
Yeah, Bashar. Like,
Bashar.
I did a quick little video. We were talking about it because I had it on. We were talking about the history and everything. And then when I said it, he said, "Yeah, he knew it." And he said, I asked him, "You knew it?" And then that's when I filmed him. That's when I did the 1-minute video. And Bashar, he went to Harvard and all that, and he was saying, "Yeah, he knows that." So he knew that, but we don't learn that here. And then 2 other Moroccos. One was in Granada, Spain, when I went to Granada. And then the other one was the security guard at the airport, at Paris airport, Charles de Gaulle airport. So we're everywhere. We're literally everywhere. And I say don't be ashamed to wear your fez because it's going to spark conversations. But if you wear it, you got to know what you're talking about because people will ask you questions. Masons will approach you, and you won't know they're Masons, and they'll try to clown you. And if you stand your ground, then you'll know, like they'll know that you're for real. Because I've been stopped, like a Mason stopped me in Sweden. I was in Gothenburg. He stopped the car and he's like, "Nice hat." I said, "Thank you, but it's not a hat. It's a vest." And he's like, "I know, nice hat." And then he drove off. You know what I mean? There's another one when I was traveling. I can't remember where I was going, but I was getting on the plane. And this German man was sitting with his daughter. And I walked past him, waiting to get to my seat. And all of a sudden, so there's a little line in front, so I'm waiting next to him. And he jokes with his daughter, saying that this is a Christmas hat. Because I had my red fez on. And he said it in German. And I looked at him and I answered him in German. I said, "No, it's not a Christmas hat. It's a fez." Right? And then he was shocked, and then he giggled, and he said, "Yeah, but it looks like a Christmas hat." And I gave him one stink look. And he straightened up. And then he looked at his daughter and said, "No, it's a fez," and he broke it down to his daughter.
That's great.
Right? So...
Check it.
Yeah, you gotta check it. So, that's just a little brief on my travels, but I always have it on. Walking through city center in Nuremberg, coming back home, and the day before I didn't wear it because I was just rushing out to start to rain, and then that day I was wearing it coming back home. And I passed by, and this German said, "I look like the Prince of And I was walking fast, so I didn't hear what he said. But he said it'd be like, oh wow, this guy looks like the prince of something. Because if something, when I have my fez on, I just somehow straighten up and I walk more straight. I don't know what it is, but it's off. I'm like slouching.
Did you travel to so-called Spain at any point in your journey?
Yeah, I went to that. Yeah. The video I did, like the Granada. I did.
I think you mentioned how were they receiving you over there when you were in Habit?
It was no big deal, but what was funny is the Great Mosque in Granada, the one that Al Mansour built. I think it was Al Mansour. But you've seen the Great Mosque with the arches on the inside that's painted white and red?
Yeah.
Everybody's seen that? So they didn't want to let me in because of my fez. They said, like, you can't get in, people can't get in with hats and so on and so forth. What are you talking about? It's not a hat. Right? And so the security people were getting on stink. I said, okay, talk to your manager. And I showed him my nationality card. I said, this is my religious address. And so the manager came out and he was embarrassed. I said, oh, I'm sorry, yeah, you can come in. And I had a scarf on as well. Underneath my fez, he said I had to take off my scarf. So I said, all right, I'll take off my scarf. Took off the scarf and put the fez on. And actually, in that video, I have part of that video as well in the Juali presentation, where you hear me talking about it with my two friends. Talking about this guy. I had to take off my scarf for no reason. Like, they just wanted something to say that, okay, they made me do something before I got in. Right? But other than that, I'm walking around there, this woman started taking pictures of me saying that I look like I belong in here, in the Alhambra, on the outside. I said, yeah, my ancestors built it, so, you know what I mean? So,
you look like you belong
here. Yeah. She said, can I take a picture? I said, yeah, you look like you belong here. That's what she said, so. So, yeah, I think it's important to travel, know your history.
Look, honey, some more.
Yeah.
How many languages do you know? Languages?
French, English, and German. Yeah. And then this year, I'm going to pick up Spanish. And I want to get Arabic and Hebrew as well. I don't know if I get all three of them this year, but Spanish for sure, Arabic for sure. I knew a couple of words in Arabic and stuff. And yeah, so that's about it. And I learned a couple of years ago that on my mother's side, there's Hebrew in the family. But then that ties into When Rocks Cry Out, y'all have to read this book. When Rocks Cry Out by Horace Butler. Just read the book. That's all I have to say. Read the book, and it'll change your perspective on everything. And it's all proven. All the stuff that he talks about is documented, where he found the information and everything. So, yeah. So that's about it. I don't know if there's any other questions.
Straight for now?
Yeah.
I'm here. You play front row, you gotta get echo.
So that's on 180. And then
We've been referring to Noor Majid's book a lot. We Are All Moors.
I need that book.
Yeah, it's a must-have.
Where's that more from?
I'm about to read this thing right now. In November 2005, I gave a talk at the National Hispanic Cultural Center in Albuquerque, New Mexico, titled Moors Redux. The talk was a variation on my chapter, Other Worlds, New Muslims, in Freedom and Orthodoxy, Islam and Difference in Post-Andalusian Age. But the enthusiastic response from the audience, including from New Mexico's luminaries, Thomas Atencio, Atencio, Tony Maris, and Enrique Lamadrid. That Sunday evening, together with the eloquent comments of Carlos Vasquez, the cultural director of the center, encouraged me to think about a book-length project. An invitation from the medievalist Ibtisam Busharin to share my views on the post-Andalusian condition at Smith College and a generous feedback of Roberto Marquez of Mount Holyoke College further convinced me that this book is worth writing. Other friends and colleagues along the way kept the flame of interest burning. A special note of thanks must, however, be reserved yet again to my friend Michael Morris for arranging the National Hispanic Cultural Center event, including a moving performance by the music group Crystal Luz, led by Thomas Lozano. Not only did Thomas and his band honor me with a La Una, a haunting medieval shepherd song from my native city of Tangier, but also during the question and answer session, he stood up proudly declaring that he too is a Moor when he is in northern Spain. By suggesting that even a Spaniard in the wrong part of Spain could be treated as a Moor, as far as Muslim was and still is commonly known in that country, Thomas provided the strongest and most ironic confirmation of this book's thesis, that since the defeat of Islam in medieval Spain, minorities in the West have become in some ways reincarnations of the Moor, an enduring threat to Western civilization. With such encouragement and much thanks, I sallied forth expanding on the Moorish connection to Africans and Hispanics in America, Jews in Europe, and non-white immigrants on both continents. I owe my interest in the shared destiny of Jews and Muslims almost entirely to Jill Anidjar, A-N-I-D-G-A-R, whose article for the magazine Tikkun, T-I-K-K-U-N, based on his extensive body of scholarship on the semantic, to say the least, confrontation of both religions in Nazi Germany, I came across years ago. In September 2008, inspired by Marx's sure-to-be classic study of the popular festivals of mock battles between Moors and Christians, Aztec Moors and Christians, festivals of reconquest in Mexico and Spain, and supported by a grant from the College of Arts and Sciences at the University of New England, I attended the Fiesta of Moros y Cristianos in Villena, a small town in the region of Alicante, Spain. There, armed with a press pass and camera, I was able to capture not only what seemed to me the cultural origins of long conflict between West and Islam, but also, I shall indicate in the conclusion, that the possibility for living together in our troubled world. A further discussion of the fiesta which I attended after this book had gone into production would simply take too long to discuss here. Anyways, that's the preface. So we came to this conclusion that we're all Moors, and wrote a good book on the subject matter. Very mind-blowing perspectives. This is from the chapter New World Moors, page 68. The specter of the Moor haunted the Iberian world. As in the home country, the Moor, like the Jew, the heretic, and even the Lutheran, was a disruptive element that had to be kept away from Spain's overseas bonanza. As I noted in the introduction, Spain's policy toward Muslim immigrants to the New World amounted to a form of Islamophobia, although the meaning may have been slightly different in the 16th century than it is now. For however fierce Spain's fear of Islam may have been, it was more doctrinal than racial, closer to classical anti-Semitism than to the newer forms of racism. So right at this point right now, we're looking at our people, you know, being subjugated in different ways and forms. When they realized that they couldn't beat up on our people anymore, they switched to other minorities. Because they know that, you know, you like the saying says, you can't get blood out of a stone. So once they suck us dry, somebody else has to be the victim for the vampire. Right? And that turns into the international people who they're doing whatever they're doing in wherever they're from, and then they're looking to come here as some freedom, thinking that, oh yeah, they're coming to some freedom over here, when they're going to get enslaved over here, just like they did over there, just in a different form here. Right? So majority of these outside of America people that they violate are more than likely Muslim. So when 9/11 happened and they started their little campaign of making sure that anything Muslim is going to get magnifying glass, fine-tooth comb, whatever like that, is based on the original Islamophobia of the Moors versus the Christians in Spain. The first concept of Islamophobia wasn't 9/11 stuff and Bin Laden and all that. It was actually when the Moors were ruling. And they said, we need to do something to get out of this situation that we're in with these individuals. One of the things that we could do is we could band ourselves together and kick these people out of, you know, somewhere that we're going to classify and claim we conquered them. Because the victor is the one that tells the story all the time, and we're going to make this stuff sound proper. We could say anything because they gave up the key. Because they know that it wasn't a conquest of Moors, because Moors are international people. You're not conquering the Moors like that, in that sense of terminology. But from a make yourself something perspective, you're going to have to tell the story properly for people to buy it. Just like they say, the greatest story ever told, and everybody bought it. And it became a religion, and now everybody's that. And they think that that was actually something from ancient times or whatever, when that's modern. So they do this thing of making sure that if history is being told, they tell it, so that they can tell it in a particular way. And with us coming into this information, it's about correcting those lessons that we were taught that have us in this situation where we're looking up at others or whatever, when we're all supposed to be on the same plane. If I could go like this and touch Asian, then you should have the same lifestyle. If me and you work the same place, and you got Benz, Beamer, big house and whatever, and then I can't even pay my 600 rent in the hood or whatever, there's some serious problems going on. And we're the ones on the end of, you know, having the problems. Everybody else is prospering in some kind of way. Right? But again, all that goes back to the idea of making things Islamic some type of negative perspective, to get the people who aren't really there yet to figure that, oh well, you know, well that doesn't work, so I'm going to go do whatever, when it's either Christian or Islamic. That's it. There's no real other options. Like when we say, well, the Rastafarians and the Hebrew Israelites and all those they don't count like that. When we look at world history, it's Christians, Muslims. What side do you want? Are you on the side of the people who worship nature, or are you on the side of the people who are against nature? If you're on the against nature people, then nature's going to look at you messed up, which is why nature's messed up right now. Because so many people have violated just even the natural way that things are supposed to go. The little simple things, like something on the ground, just pick that up because it's whatever. Right? Any comments, questions? Feel free to throw those up. You got it? You got anything?
No, I was just going to add the story of the Moors falling to the Europeans or the Christians is a somewhat twisted story. It's because it was really infighting that happened. And El Sagal, which was the Sultan at the time, he tried to take over Castile and got caught and got put in jail. And so he made a deal with Isabella, who's a Castilian, to get out of jail, and sold this part of the empire to get out of jail. And the third party to the agreement was the Vatican. And so when he sold this side of the empire, and the Vatican was the third part of the agreement, when he got out of jail, he went back to Morocco, and the Beys seized him and dug out his eyes, but they had to keep him alive because he was the one who formed the treaties with the Moors on this side. And based on the Vatican being the third party to the agreement, they were the ones that were able to say, okay, Spain gets this part and Portugal gets this part, and they were able to carve it up because they were the third party to the agreement. The Moors made them the third part of the agreement. And that's how they came across. That's how come Moors had them on the ships when Columbus or whatever came over, and they showed them where to go. Prior to that, they couldn't get across because of piracy. That's how they got through, because of El Sagal, who sold us out. So it was infighting. And then they just picked up the pieces because they got the knowledge after that. So that's really what happened. And to read about it, it's, if you get the book, The Time Walker by Meredith Quinn, he's like a Native American, and he broke it all down in that book. It's in Library of Congress, called The Time Walker. You can find it. It's from like 1983 or something. He wrote that book. And he breaks it all down, how we made treaties with the Aztecs, and actually the Aztecs are actually the Mali. Yeah. Yeah. So, and that's in the When Rocks Cry Out book that I told you about. Like, to get it, he breaks that all down, where explorers in the 1500s, when they went and they were talking to the Aztecs, that's the name that they gave them. And Montezuma was the head of the Aztecs, and he said they came from where the sun rises. And the sun rises in the east, which is Africa. And they came across in boats. So all of that's in there. And I just tied that, after reading that book, I tied that together. I was like, okay, so now that's where the treaties came from, because El Sagal had treaties with the Aztecs. And that was bringing the family back together, because they were warring in South America, where Egypt was, and then Egypt fled to Eastern Africa. And that's where you get pharaohs and stuff being buried in South America. You get the cocaine mummies in South America and all of that stuff, because Egypt was actually on this side first, lost the war, then went over there. And then to unify the empire again, then the treaties came back and they formed treaties like that. So that's why I said get this book and read it, and it ties a lot of stuff. Huh? No, Time Walker. It's a Time Walker, and When Rocks Cry Out by Horace Butler. Time Walker is by Meredith Quinn, and When Rocks Cry Out by, and then there's also They Came Before Columbus by Ivan Van Sertima. There's stuff in there about that as well, about the Mali and Montezuma and stuff. And Unexpected Faces in Ancient America by Alexander von Butenau. You can find that book now, because the last time I checked on Amazon, it was over $500. So I got it early. I got it when it was like $20. You got
it when it was 20?
Yeah, it was like 20 something. That's crazy. When I got it. But this is like years ago, right?
You know, you still have to buy it now at $5.
Yeah. What else is there? What other books? Ancient and Modern Britons by David McRitchie, because he talks about how there's also America BC by Barry Feld, talking about how the Egyptians were in the Americas since 3000 BC. Libyans were in there since 2000 BC, Phoenicians since 1000 BC. And so that ties that all into with those books that I told you. And then there's also Ancient and Modern Britons. McRitchie talks about how the Phoenicians settled in the UK, first, and then like they settled in like Ireland and Scotland and those places, and then that's where you get the name Mick this and Mick that. MC is dealing with Moors, and it also means son of. And then Phoenicians are Canaanites and Moabites, and the Canaanites called themselves Kenani. So that's where you get Mackenzie is a mispronunciation. Kenzie is a mispronunciation of Kenani, which is my last name. So I know my last name is son of a Canaanite. So tie that all in, and then they went from. Then there was the ethnic cleansing of Ireland and Switzerland at the War of England in 1642, and they were bagging all the indigenous people of Ireland and sending them to Barbados. And so that's how you know now. Notice how in the islands, the Bajan accent is the most distinct out of the whole islands, them and Jamaicans. Because they're from Ireland, the indigenous people from Ireland. So that's how that. And so that ties into how the Phoenicians now get down there, then the Mackenzie name gets down there, and the Mick this name, and the Mick that name. So that is all tying all that in. That's the history, like, and you need to read all those books to understand.
That's why you see with Trinidad and Tobago, for example, their dialect is fast because Spanish is right over there. You know, so it's like when we had control, there was nobody else to really interfere. And like we were saying, unless it was our own that would interfere. Like we didn't have an enemy like that. That how we say today, oh, the enemies, those guys over there, because they look a certain way. In our time, it was just us.
It was just us.
We were the only ones that were a pain in our side. You know, and again, it's back to the thing with Dr. York's teachings that, you know, there's people who are disagreeable or they're off the frequency, and then there's people who are on the frequency. And there's always going to be that, because there has to be balance, because it's a universal law that there's going to be balance. Whether it's 80% positive, 20% negative, 100%, and then stuff just has to start over, there is going to always be constant change. Right? So again, too, with, you know, the Moorish perspective of, you know, when you hear the Moors, we think about Spain only. But then when you talk to George G.M. James, and he's talking about, well, the Moors are the custodians of the ancient Egyptian mysteries. And then you found about Tahuti having colonies over here.
Yeah. That's where you get Tahui Takan.
Right, you know what I mean?
Tahuti Takan. That's what's here first.
Because you're really talking about, you know, like they say in Masonry, Egypt of the West.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Yeah, the scribe. No, well, in is it Mexico? I think it's southern Mexico. There's
Metro or Central.
Yeah, there's a place called. No, there's Tehu. It's something. It's Tehui Tican or something like that. It's in Mexico, and I know I'm pronouncing it right. But the first part is Tahuti. When you separate it, it's like Tahui, and then it's Tui Khan.
And then also too, it's also dealing with the Nagas culture, because that's the place where the serpent comes up on the pyramid during the solstice, right? Which again is going back to ancient Egyptian culture. But we're talking about over here.
Yeah.
Why is ancient Egyptian stuff over here? Yeah. All the Indiana Jones movies. Yeah. Is that same idea? Them looking for the lost, this and that. But they're in America looking for that stuff. They're not over there. Everybody's perspective is they went over there to go look for something when no, it's actually over here that they're talking about.
In the Bible, they keep talking about stepped pyramids in the Bible and the temple on top, correct?
Right.
Where's there's only stepped pyramids on this side. There's no stepped pyramids over there. So, and that ties into When Rocks Cry Out. The entire biblical narrative took place in South America. So he breaks all of that down. Then there's what was I gonna say again? And you just touched on it. Anyways, forgot what I was going to say, but yeah.
One question real quick.
Yes.
Yeah, anybody else have questions, feel free to just go.
The book of Alexander was Unexpected Faces and...
Unexpected Faces in Ancient America. Alexander von Butenau. W-O-T-H-E-N-A-U. German. W-O-T-H-E-N-A-U. Von V-O-N. Yeah, he's German. And he deals from 1500 BC to 1500 AD. And he has all this stuff. There's even a guy there, matter of fact, I have a picture on my phone. There's a carving of a guy with a fez on and a tassel and everything.
Oh, I forgot we got the...
What? Oh,
Oh,
the oh yeah. Here it is.
Oh, wow.
You see that?
Can you put it on the camera?
Yeah. Right? So,
Unexpected faces, right?
yeah, Unexpected Faces in Ancient America. I think it's,
Show me one more time.
last time I checked it was $580 on Amazon.
Those are South American, a lot of South American countries too.
Which one are you talking about?
I've been to a lot of South American countries too.
No, not yet.
Oh,
Because now that I know that yeah, that's the book there. Yes, you scroll up, scroll up. Right there, you see it? Unexpected Faces. Yeah, that one right there. That's the book. So, if you could find it now, because the last time I checked on Amazon it was like $580 or something. Yeah, you could even check Amazon right now to see how much it costs.
See if it went down.
But anyways, just something else. The step pyramids. Forgot what I wanted to say. Something about the step pyramids. There you go, $860. Paperback. Paperback, $860. Paperback.
Oh, used from...
And it's probably used. But anyways, paperback. I got it when it was, I got it early. So, give thanks for that.
Knowledge is expensive, but ignorance is more expensive.
Yeah, for real. For real. Now the other one.
Any other questions? Even if it's not relative to the subject matter, you could throw those questions up.
I have a question.
Good.
What happened to the language of Latin?
To turn into Spanish.
Turn to Spanish?
So they would say Spanish now.
And it's the language of law as well. So I think that's another reason why they phased it out.
Yeah.
Because
All the maxims are in
maxims and
Latin.
stuff, number one. And number two, with doing spells and stuff like that, like ancient spells, a lot of times, in Latin or Hebrew, you know what I mean?
So one of the things, for example, with language is that they always look at it from the perspective of all of them having some type of time period, not that all of them were happening at one time. Because we always have to go back to history being reconstructed. And then if all language comes out of every language, if you can trace back every word to every language, when we say, okay, English, you're going to see English has 50 different roots or whatever. Because everything in English comes from somewhere else that's not only one. Like everything in English doesn't come just from Latin. This stuff comes from other languages. So obviously these languages were relative with each other if we can have a pot at the end that we're saying, okay, anybody can go into that and learn it. You take anybody in the world, they're going to have whatever language, and then their English is going to be their second language. And that it's the hardest language to learn. English. Because they've corrupted so much in order to have it be something. You know, like they could have stuck with certain languages and just left those ones. But again, it means that, you know, as far as the nation building goes, you know, you have to have some type of language in order to be qualified. But when you look at English, it's not from England. How they talk, like it's from
It's amalgamation of the whole
amalgamation of all these different other languages, but they call it English, so that Europeans could be able to say, oh yeah, we got a language. Just like they say, Europe is a continent. But that's not a continent. That's not even.
When we were young, it was Eurasia we learned, right?
Right.
And if you think about it, all the continents begin with the letter A. Really?
I was about to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there is no such thing as Middle East or Middle West.
No.
Yeah.
None of that stuff.
It's the
All these are
Mediterranean.
modern,
It's the Mediterranean.
modern things. Yeah. Right.
Funny, put on the record, I was talking to a gentleman there, he's from Libya, and he was supposed to show up here today, I would see him, and, you know, he lives near where I work, and getting on some Moorish information, and when, after about a week, he was studying the stuff, and he came back to me, he says, man, I feel so bad, because I was fighting against Gaddafi in my country, and now I know the truth. Oh fuck, but I fucked up. Islam. What's coming here today? I don't know where he's going. Funny what this perspective can do to you.
Yeah.
Opens up.
Change
opens
you.
up, man.
Change you. Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something I forgot to say too. They also tell on each other, on themselves in the movies. Now did everybody just see Aquaman?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, so this also ties into the more you are, the more you see. We know that the Caribbean islands are really the Atlantis Islands, remnants of Atlantis, right? Okay, so then in the movie, he has to get the trident of Poseidon or whatever. He has to get the trident of Atlantis to become king. Where does he go? He goes to the Sinai Desert in Africa to find this place to get the remnant. So how come there's Atlantis over here and Atlantis in the Sinai Desert there? The same thing with Egypt being here and Egypt being there and starting here and then going over there. So they're telling on themselves in movies, but if you don't know that, you don't know the history, you won't put that together. You know what I mean? So
He tells you in the movie, know your history.
yeah, of course. And here's another thing.
He did say that.
So you notice, here's another thing. I was telling I was telling my nephew last night. So you see the necklace that he's wearing, right? In the movie, that jade necklace?
The jade one.
Right.
It's the crystal one, right?
This is it right here.
I'm actually studying about it.
It's a Maori, the Maori from New Zealand. It's Maori jade that he was wearing. And this stone means like determination. And this cut, the same cut that he just had a bigger one than me, means determination and like drive. Because I was in New Zealand, when I went to Australia, I went to New Zealand and I bought this. And then when I saw him in the movie wearing it, I was like, oh snap, it's the same thing as me. But his is just bigger. And that's why, like, he actually, if you notice the way he looks with the tattoos, he represents the Maori from Maui that went there. So he's technically, okay, he's Atlantean, but he's also Moor and then also representing Moor. So, yeah.
We're all Moors.
We're all Moors.
Yeah, we're all Moors.
We're all Moors.
I'll watch it again.
Yeah. You'll see.
You're gonna see it again.
That necklace, he's just wearing it all the time. And I picked it up like, I was like, oh snap, he's wearing the same necklace. Yeah.
And then also too, even with the trident,
Yeah.
the fork, even being rulership, sovereignty, all the same theme. You know, that we're Moors. We have a certain place in history that's irrefutable. They can attempt to, but in them doing that, more gets revealed. That's why I don't talk about it. Because they'll bring up everything else.
Except for July.
Right? As soon as they start bringing up things relative to Moors, especially when you start getting over on this side, it creates problems for people. Because everybody's been compromised to try to keep this information out of circulation. Make sure that, you know, the reference points of the Moors are blurred. Because once you have a clear perspective of what it is, you realize how much we've, you know, again, going back to the thing, we've been played by our own people. Because this is the stuff they should have been talking about. Like we were talking about coming up here with, you know, like there's a level of underground that some of this information has to be in. Because even Noble Drew Ali made the reference that tell you everything, you'll turn your brain to water. So I can't wake you up all at once. Because you're going to tear the place up if I wake you all up. So I wake you up in portions so that it's not too much on the infrastructure. All right? So, you know, people have had this information and not given it to the people, even though they had it. There was people who were shoulder to shoulder with Noble Drew Ali, that after he died, they went and did their own thing. Forget what he was bringing, what he brought. When it's a reference that people know why it is that he came and what he brought. Whether it was European, whether it was somebody from across the Atlantic, whether it was people who are here, whether it was native people. They got people in Mexico right now that have Noble Drew Ali, whatever, they carry on his picture on his birthday. They fly the Moroccan flag and all that because they know that they're connected to this part of history. Our people are the ones that keep detaching, right? Just like you were saying with the moral. And, you know, you can't convince Philippine that they're yellow or whatever like that. They know that they're moral. They're not going there, brown people, and talking all how we talk. They know, oh yeah, we're descendants of moral. That's just what it is. No question, no argument. But then the other side of it is that you don't see the people who are going at Moors go at those people. Just like with Brother Shelton with the common sense quickie. That you're going to debate Moors, but you're not going to write letters to these people in Germany who got Moorish statues on their stuff. Why don't you go debate them about are we Moors? They got a statue there, 200 years they've had that statue of a Moor on their building. Or whoever painted a picture of a Moor. Why don't you go ask them questions about, well, you guys can't say that you're Moors or whatever.
Well,
that's not real.
Rembrandt.
Huh?
Well, Rembrandt.
Right, yeah.
You know?
They would never do that. Right? Because immediately their stuff gets shut down. And then are they going to be in that place to accept that truth? That your stuff just got shut down. Now what are you going to do?
They got to go all the way back to 1442 in those times.
Right.
Like
Which
the
again,
Moors Farm
they wouldn't
Museum
even go there.
1442 was founded.
They wouldn't even go there. Because if you go back to that, they're going to have to deal with Moorish history. So they jump over that and then they go to ancient Egypt. Without dealing with, after ancient Egypt fell, it was Moorish. After Moors, then it was all the nigger stuff that you're dealing with now today. That you don't want to accept that after us being Moors is why we became niggers. We could have just stayed Moors, but people wanted to convert, people wanted to try out Christianity, see what this European could do because the black gods haven't done nothing or whatever like that, put themselves in slavery. And then now, in slavery now, don't want to do what they have to do to get out of it, just complain about being in slavery. And people are doing stuff to them. And somebody made a sweater that looks like them and they're mad and all that stuff. Sweater. has these people mad. Oh, and speaking about outside of this jurisdiction, you want to talk about the thing we were talking about when you went to Jordan?
Okay.
Yeah.
So I used to work for a company that flew me out to Jordan.
Islam, could you speak a little louder, brother?
Okay.
Back here.
I went to Jordan a while ago, and they treated me like I had some sort of, I don't know. They saw something in me that I didn't even know that I had in myself. So instead of going through regular lines and whatnot, they were like, you know, first they asked me, where are you from? I said, I'm from America. I said America because my wife always told me, you know, you're supposed to say American when you cross the border and whatnot. And I'm like, what? I always say U.S. citizen and whatnot. This was before I got into this. So I told them I was American, and they immediately pulled me out of this really long line. It looks like it was going to take me days to get out of this line. And they put me into this other line to go, because everyone's supposed to go through this checkpoint and show your paperwork and whatnot. And it was extremely long. They got me out of that line to a shorter line. And I'm thinking I got to pay them something because they helped me out a lot. They just knew that, I guess because of what I had on or what I was, my aura or whatever, I don't know. But it was just like they were looking for certain people. And they picked me out of the line and put me in the shorter line. I thought that was interesting because, yeah, I was born in, you know, that Michigan area. And to me, it was interesting because, like I said, they saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. And then after that, when I finally got home, I started to dig into this even more because I wanted to know more about Jordan. I wanted to know more about Petra because, when I was out there, my colleagues went to visit Petra, which was like 2 or 3 hours away. And,
like Jordan.
Jordan.
Okay.
Yeah. I got to stay up and everything. Because and that's what makes it so interesting to me because I have never left the continent. You know, so in that process, I'm thinking I need to get certain attire, certain gear. Of course, people are making jokes. We need to get a bulletproof vest and all this stuff and whatnot. So I get over there in Jordan, and I was treated with nothing but hospitality. You know, like a lost brother. Actually, honestly, that's what it was like. It was like they would treat me like I was a lost brother. And honestly, I think I was. You know, seriously. And now that gives me sort of a template to work from when I see other people that look kind of lost. You know, in an airport or what have you. So that was about that.
Islam. Going again to We Are All Moors, page 112. This is the chapter on Muslim Jews. It is worth noting that proudly reclaiming one's Moorish heritage was a universal endeavor among Jews, Sephardim, and Ashkenazim alike. Moorish-style synagogues, which became the architectural rage in European Jewry as well as in the United States, reflected, for example, in the Plum Street Temple in Cincinnati, designed, since we got the thing, let's just go check. Plum Street Temple. For example, the Plum Street Temple in Cincinnati, designed by architect James Key Wilson and built between 1863 and 1868, were not built by and for the Sephardim, but for the Western-looking and often liberal Ashkenazim, which proves that the synagogues built at the time of Jewish confidence and ascendancy were an affirmation of the Jews' pride in their Arab-Muslim identity. Again, this goes back to the idea of the Hebrews being in denial of their connection to the Moors. And they keep claiming Israelite. Well, then the people who are Jews, who are supposed to be after them, have Moorish-style synagogue. So if these people are going back to Moors, then Hebrew Israelites can't tell me that they're going back to some Israel as who their ancestry is. At a time when assimilation was enticing and the future of Jews looked promising, many Jews chose to assert their Oriental difference through architecture, eagerly associating themselves with their Moorish heritage, a fact now obscured, according to Ivan David Kalmar, by the veil of decades of Arab-Jewish strife. As late as 1884, a Jew from Turin, G. Gustala, still made the connection. Quote, the most celebrated rabbis adopted in the ancestral doctrine that which was produced by the Arabs, transmitted it unaltered to nourish the heritage of the civilization of the late Middle Ages. And they raised for their own religious practices temples using the same style as the famous religious and secular buildings of Cordoba, Seville, and Granada that have survived to our own day, a style that besides was also in harmony with their artistic genius and their temperament, seeing that it was a style that derived from the Orient, where their race had its origin.
Just to add on to what you're saying, a couple of years ago I did some research on old maps. There's a website of, I think it's a Swedish couple that are selling old maps for 60,000 euros and 80,000 euros. They're super old. But they have detailed pictures of them that you can click and zoom in. And I remember looking at maps from the early 1500s, and I was seeing these red dots all over Africa and North America and the Americas and stuff. And when I looked closer, they looked like mosques, but I wasn't sure. And I remember checking those same maps like 200 years later, and when I checked those red dots, you see these crosses over them, So then I realized that they were mosques, but then converted to churches. And that's all in ancient maps. And this is all over the Americas and in Africa, going into Europe and everything like that in the 1500s. So that tells you.
Poland, Jewish synagogue in Poland. Really, that's Moorish.
Oh yeah, you could see it.
Poland again. Germany.
Which one's this one?
Kaslav. I don't know where this one is.
Kaslav synagogue. Kislav. Could be Spain or something. How you're saying
Late Jews even know.
Sicilian
fact,
connection.
To build an Arab or Muslim-style temple was to come closer to replicating the Temple of Solomon, the Temple of Jerusalem, either because Jews had always borrowed from local traditions or simply because Arab-Muslim architecture was the closest model Jews had in the absence of more information. Ludwig Forster, who designed the Vienna Leopoldstadt Synagogue, put the case succinctly. It is known to be a difficult task indeed to build an Israelite temple in a form required by the religion and suitable for its practice, and at the same time corresponding at least to its essential features to the hallowed ideal of all temples, the Temple of Solomon. It is doubly difficult insofar as the building's external architecture is concerned, for the existing records cannot merely provide us with a reliable picture, and those houses of God that belong to a later time either lack any distinct style or carry features that are in their inner being entirely alien to the Israelite religion. In my humble opinion, the right way, given the circumstances, is to choose when building an Israelite temple those architectural forms that have been used by Oriental ethnic groups that are related to the Israelite people, and in particular, Arabs. And it's a fact that Arabs are dark-skinned people, not pale people that they show us today and say, like the brother will say Middle East or whatever like that. Well, the guys in the Middle East and we're looking at them like somebody.
So in that time when they're talking, those three words are pretty much synonymous?
Synonymous terms.
Like Arab,
Jew,
Arab, Jew, Muslim, Moorish.
Yeah.
And before, the thing is, but before Arab, it was Bedouin or Bedouin. You know what I mean? They were called Bedouin before Arab. So Arab just meant somebody who spoke Arabic, not an actual race of people.
Not a race of people.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that same go for Hebrew?
Yeah, as far as I know.
Huh?
Yeah. Well, you see that, and that's a trick one though, because that, to me, Hebrew is a people and a language. But then, I don't really know the progenitor to Hebrew as a people. It wasn't Jew before. It wasn't Jew before Hebrew, as far as I know, but I could be wrong.
Any other questions? Brother Sheldon, you have something?
I have a question.
No, I'm straight.
This is my first meeting with the Moor.
Welcome.
Meetings.
And he's been trying to make me understand a little bit more. But I was just wondering how, like teaching or how is knowing our root, or that we're Moor is going to change the situation? How is it going to help us regain power?
Good, brother.
Well,
You wanna come up or?
For me, my thought is, that I really focus on history, is the self-worth aspect of it. Because I remember we're always taught that we were brought here from Africa on slave ships and so on and so forth. And the image of a deity that's presented to us does not look like us, right? So we're the only people that have a god that doesn't look like us. You go to Asia, their gods look like them. You go just anywhere in the world, even parts of Al-Kebulan, Africa. Their gods gods look like them. We're the only ones that have a god that looks like a European.
Sorry to cut you, but now for those places, most of the gods, they're hiding it, but the gods look like us.
Yeah, but like, but prime example. So in Chinese culture, not to go off on a tangent, I'll remember what you said. They have gods that are like black, like my bag, red, and each color represents something different. And I've been to a temple where all the gods in there were black, but this was a cheaper temple, where the people that have less, you want to say money or something, go to. Not saying that you need money to go to these temples, but it's just built more humbly, and all the gods in there were black. But then when you go to a more expensive one, you'll see black, green, red, and each color represents something different, right? But then you look at their hair, and it's coarse black hair, and so on and so forth. Now, with the self-worth thing, I think we have to understand that, or comprehend that, the history that's given to you is not correct, and it's not real. And if it starts with you coming here with slavery, to me, you're already starting in a defeatist disadvantage. And if you know that you were here already, and then you were enslaved here based on infighting with your own people, and then them taking on the Europeans, teaching them Freemasonry, then enslaving you, then you know it's your own people, and then you don't look at these people as gods, per se. So, to me, knowing that historical part changes your perspective of self-worth, and then you teach your children better. Yeah. You teach them about the history.
Always, again, just going to the dictionary, remember slavery, it comes from the word Slav, right? So that's Slavic.
They were the first ones enslaved, that's where the name comes from, Slovenians.
So if someone can treat us like a dog, doesn't mean we're a dog. If you treat us like a slave, doesn't mean we're a slave.
And there's books on it. You want a book list on that? They were white and they were slaves. White cargo. Christian slaves, Muslim masters. White slavery in the Barbary states. So there you go. White cargo. How the Irish became white. What else?
Numerous.
Just numerous. Right? So, yeah, go ahead.
How do you think you'll be able to teach this and not create a revolution and like not get people like stuck in the past? And I don't know how to.
I think I know what you mean.
Yeah, I understand.
Like how are people not going to be upset and try to do something like radical about this?
But you can't control everybody.
You can't.
Yeah. When some people get knowledge, some are going to go this way and some are going to go that way. And you got to try to keep it focused on the main goal.
And the way I look at it is, I can only control myself, because that's your self to me is the biggest challenge. How you react to certain things. So you can only control yourself and be an example for somebody else. Because whether you know it or not, there's people watching you that you don't even know about. And in like 5 years, somebody will come up to you and say, you know, when you did this, you inspired them, and you're like, where'd that come from? So there's people literally, I'm not even joking, there's people watching you right now that you don't even know that are watching you, that you're inspiring.
Yeah, that is true.
So my aspect is learning about yourself, learning self-worth, and walking in that path, which is your path, because your path is not everybody else's path. You have your own path, and you have to find out what that is, and walk it with dignity to be an example for somebody else. And that, to me, comes from self-worth, which comes from knowing the proper history and not coming from a slave mentality. And then once you start that, then it's like, it's like a seed. That seed is you. And then you grow and you spread branches and roots and stuff, and then you affect other people. That's the way I look at it.
And I would say this. I would say that this concept is out there, has been out there. To take a look around the room and see how many empty seats there are should be an indication to you that you have really nothing to worry about some crazy radical radical thing going on.
Because my generation, or our generation likes to get upset about everything. It's not like they try to do something to change or try to know more. They just want to get upset about every little thing. And it's just, I want to know more, and it's scary because like I don't want to get upset either, and I'm scared that other people.
But look at it like this too, that everything new is scary. No matter what it is. To a certain degree, everything that you're gonna embark on that's unknown, you're gonna be timid going towards it. But the difference with this and things in our past is that now we're dealing with truth now. So on top of us being riled up because we're getting this information, we also have the information to calm that spirit. So you're not going to, it's not going to go there because you have certain things, like when we were reading in the beginning about the treaty and us having 5 principles, right? Part of that is us making sure that we're in the right place, that we're doing things under these principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. So if we're doing revolution, it's that, love first. If we're even doing revolution, even if we're angry out of love first, not of riling up in some emotional, uncontrollable rage, and we go out there and do something crazy. You know what I mean? So yes, we see where you might have that sight or that vision of what this looks like, but it's not that. It's just that you haven't really embarked on this. Like there's people who have come into this and they've been in this, you know, if you put a number, they've been in this 10 years and haven't had issues in that sense. You know what I mean? They just haven't been attacked. Then there's other people who come into this and they're where you're at. They're about go out here and force change on people, because that's what we have to do or whatever. You know what I mean? Everybody has their place. You know, like Brother Sheldon saying, it's a path, and you're walking your path. On the path, there's going to be things that are going to be in favor of you or against you, but that shouldn't deviate from the path. You know what I mean? Like even if it looks like, you know, damn, this is too much truth, I feel like I'm going to, well, it shouldn't take you off of it still. That should more inspire you to, well, damn, if you know, something like this is getting me mad, if, you know, whatever going on, vaccinations, whatever, never bothered me anymore, whatever, it is what it is, but you read some truth about your history or whatever, and that gets you riled up, then yeah, that's probably where you need to be, you know, from an energy perspective, because the people of the world who are not in favor of this, you're not a threat to them like that. You know what I mean? Like it appears like it's that, but this is something that they have no control over. People are going to wake up. People are going to get mad and throw garbage cans through windows because they're fed up of being taxed or whatever like that. It's happening all over the world that this is happening. What they're trying to do is make sure that the people here don't see that what's going on in the world. That everybody's mad and they got their friggin' pitchfork and whatever like that. They're going down to the city council like, yo, where's the guy at? Who set up all this stuff that we got to deal with now? You know what I mean? When you look at Monsanto and you know, Bayer and all these corporations putting stuff in people's food or whatever like that. People going down, getting mad, suing somebody. That's the same thing that you're talking about. Revolution, but that's a great thing. Somebody say that they're not gonna go take out their stuff and mess up grandma's business that's been there for 10 years in the community, burn that down. They're gonna go file some lawsuits against these people to get them to act right. You know, and those are some revolutionary actions that, you know, if our people took those, the people who are, you know, oh, those guys are gonna whatever, they would back off quick fast, because one thing they don't want people to mess with is their finances.
That's right.
Did that answer your question, kind of?
Yes.
I have something to add though.
Hold on.
No, he's been waiting for a long time.
Sorry, I got on the horse.
Yeah, so
I should did.
my grandmother died when my grandmother died when he was 97 years old. And when I was a kid, she always told me that every man sit on his own top. So, I don't know if you guys know what that means.
Real lesson.
Backside.
Yeah.
Every man sit on his own top. So that's the message for that young lady over there.
Let me add something to
Your own path.
what Sheldon and Cujo were saying. So, like as far as the revolutionary rebellion and stuff like that, like the universe takes care of itself. So there's gonna be a balance of who's gonna put out that type of energy and the ones that will do the way the prophet designed or the way the peace or the universal peace designed it to happen, right? And nothing's gonna fall out of place. So if it's supposed to get radical and be fanatical on a certain level, that's what will happen. But the mission is still gonna happen. Like you say, the path, you don't deviate from it. Whether someone on a straight left, someone on a straight right, the path is still what it is. And as far as like your initial question where you're asking how this could benefit us or whatever, or how is it better than quote unquote being black or whatnot, like because I've been in both shoes, and for enough of us who have been, we know that being Moor is way more beneficial because we face so many things in that black status or being in that corporate status that trying something new can't get any worse than being black. You know what I mean? And it's like also the title Moor, or reclaiming your nationality as Moor, aside from saying I'm Nubian or I'm Hebrew Israelite, or which are all these things that are titles, they have nothing to do with actual nationality that's not recognized in the human family. To say, okay, well, this is a human being. They come from a nation of people, right? A lot of those things are just titles. There's names that you want to describe yourself with and add it together. So look at it like this, like there's certain things that were left for us under that name, that the prophet set up, that our ancestors set up, that things that are done, like, and whoever the slave master, whether it be European, whether it be us, whatever face he might be wearing or she might be wearing, they know that this is it. So to keep us under that black label and all these other labels, West Indian, Jamaican, African, all these other names, Trinidadian, Guyanese, whatever, nigger, Negro, they know that we'll never claim or reclaim the inheritance that was already left for us. So look at it like there's so many movies where you see about the illegitimate child, right? And the family, whoever, the head of the family passes away, and now everybody's squabbling for the inheritance, and somebody who's the heir, the real heir to the inheritance has been outcasted and they're not part of the family no more, whatever. Now they find their way back in, and everybody's trying to prevent them from getting it because they know that's their inheritance. And most like the person doesn't want it because they've been so unconscious of who they really were for so long, and in the taking, like living every day, could say like mundane life, corporate life, or a life aside from being a national. They're so accustomed to that like what they see in front of them, they don't even recognize what the real value of it is, right? But when they do, and they step in and then they see, then you start seeing the differences, right? So for me, Moor is beneficial, like, on so many different levels. I've been incarcerated, done, like, time for different things. Since I've been a Moor, helped me want to conduct my lifestyle in a different manner, but either way, that energy doesn't even come to me anymore because I'm vibrating on a different frequency, right? I'm vibrating on a total different frequency, so trust me, like there's so many benefits. Like You'll never know until you start activating, the ancestors start moving with you, and then you start vibrating on that frequency. Then you're gonna see like, oh my goodness, I'm a superhero right now.
Yeah, I was in Jamaica recent, and I was told by a Maroon chief that the Moors in 1492 from Spain, expulsion. He said the ruling family when he moved to the run the Caribbean. I'm just asking if that's so.
Yeah.
Anything on that?
To an extent.
Yeah, that's why they're saying, that's why they're talking how they're talking.
Repeat?
That's why Maroons are talking how they're talking over there.
Yeah, because I think I showed you, they gave me I guess a Maroon, tried to buy it, a Maroon currency.
Yeah, yeah.
Where the government was saying that they're not allowed to use it because it's not issued by the Bank of Jamaica, but the Maroons, what happened, the Maroons put something in the newspaper looking for accountant, whoever to work with finance.
Right.
The Jamaica government now basically said, Bank of Jamaica basically said you're not allowed to do that.
Yes.
So the Maroons basically said to him that, listen, I already told you about this, or we agree about it. And they see coming in front of you. Yeah, because if you didn't know about this.
But that goes back to the thing that you're saying, that if the ruling family that went over there were Moors, like there's not no Port Maroon there.
Which one?
Port Maroon.
Port?
Port Maroon.
Yeah, yeah.
There's nothing there called that.
Yes.
It's called Port Moor.
Yeah. Port Moor.
It's not Port Maroon. So that's how they got themselves out where they can't use their own thing because they're not saying who they are.
They call it Port Moor.
Yeah.
But it's actually the Moor's port.
Right. Yeah. But from the concept of if Maroons are the people who the government's supposed to leave them alone, let them do their thing, they're supposed to be saying Moors, not Maroon.
So they descendable now.
Because Port Moor is Moor. Right? Westmoreland is not West Maroon land. It's Westmoreland.
Right. And the deal being, from my perspective, is they changed the name to create some ownership for themselves. That's where the fracturing.
When you say they, we talk about
So, for example, the Maroons, or the entity that has created the Maroon as the brand, for example,
they didn't call themselves Maroon.
Well, who's calling it?
European, the Spanish man called it.
Right. So hold on, but that's even more point. So someone else is calling me that, and I'm allowing them to identify me as that. Right. So,
but the Spanish or whoever, like we always want to accept that the European gave us this name or whatnot, but they didn't have no knowledge to be giving us any name about anything. They just hearing what our name was and pronouncing it and trying to describe it the way they know best, because they weren't really that intellectual or they were on certain levels, you know what I mean? So they're trying to figure out how to pronounce that name, so it might have just came out as Maroon. Or like, we heard a word that sounds like this, but we don't really know how to say it. So you know what? Yeah, these are like those people. So yeah, I'm Maroon.
And that did happen in many cases.
or third things could have been happening was behind the scenes, which is what we've seen, is there were agreements to, as I said, create other entities that the Europeans, because they were on a certain level of knowledge, knew that if they could do this, they could create a different jurisdiction that would then allow them to sort of supersede stuff. And people on our side decided to go with that for certain benefits.
Yeah,
the way you see certain native Indian chiefs, so-called native Indian chiefs.
It's like the reserve. You see how they deal with the Indians on the reserve? That's how they're dealing with the Maroons in Jamaica.
Okay, hold on. I was in Maroon Town 5 years ago. I noticed that all the people to get a visa in Jamaica is not an easy thing. To leave Jamaica is not easy. Not easy. When it comes to these people now, the average Jamaican don't know that these people travel like that.
Yeah.
They got all the visas, all these things to travel.
Because secretively.
Not they. Hold on.
Okay.
And based upon what I found out now, these people are the people who are treated with the British.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Hold on. And this treaty wasn't a treaty where, as though they teach us in the schools, it was more a treaty of giving the British access,
Jurisdiction.
planting rights.
Yeah. Yeah, but see that they're saying planting rights, right, for Europeans. But that's not European land. They shouldn't have no rights.
No,
So
I have my land and I give it permission because I want to plant.
right, no, I get you.
That's what they
yeah.
was.
But if you are indigenous, right, and I'm a European, and I say, hey, can I get some land so we can plant or whatever like that? No. You're supposed to be asking, well, where's your papers? Where's your whatever? What do you mean that you just want land here to plant? There's people who are from here that you should be giving the land to, opposed to giving it to a European.
This is what I'm saying. Okay. What they teach us
Yeah.
in school,
Yeah.
and what I found out is
Totally different. Right.
That's the,
They teach us how to be servants.
Right. Yeah. Instead of being a master.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And I said to myself, if you're going to teach me how to be a servant, I must be a master.
Right. Exactly. Right.
In the first place,
Because they're trying to get you in the servant.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I talk to the Maroon chief, it's more like there's people, they don't see themselves as Jamaican.
5 minutes?
They don't see themselves as Jamaican.
Right. Just like Moors in North in Canaanland don't say Canadian.
Yeah, they don't see themselves as Jamaican.
Right.
Because that's a misnomer that came after the original name or land.
A misnomer, he said.
That's a misnomer, like a name that is
A fake
in
name.
replace of the original name.
Yeah. That's not the real name.
That's
of
not the
people.
real name. So that's why
When you say
Jamaica came after.
No, Jamaican.
Hold on.
Jamaican
They don't
is
say
not.
Jamaica. Hold on. They don't say copper. They don't say Jamaica as the land.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
It's a
They say
business.
Jamaica as the company owned by
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they see the Jamaican government
Exactly.
as employees
Of the British Crown.
That's what it is. So that's everywhere in the Americas. That's
and
what
the
it is.
Jamaican citizens are just workers.
Right. Yeah.
No different in here.
They're
Employees.
It has nothing to do with the land and the real
And to put on the record, like, don't forget, Maroons were not just in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Maroons were in Florida, Maroons were all different islands in Caribbean. So the broader,
In Scotia, Nova
You're the one
Scotia.
who
they got
actually-
end up with Scotia.
You're the one who actually said to me, listen, there's Maroon in Canada.
Yeah,
Right.
Nova Scotia.
Then I checked and I found that out.
Yeah.
But my question now is the argument that I was told, because it kind of came to me before. And when I do ask the question, he said to me, for him to give me that knowledge, I have to pay.
Right.
What's the question?
Same question about the forefathers.
Thing about it.
Oh, the Spanish coming,
Yeah.
the Moors coming over.
Yes. So he said to me, I think I bought a CD from him right there.
Okay.
And when I came to Canada now, I played CD.
Yeah.
My question that I asked was on the CD.
Yeah.
It basically said the ruling family.
Yeah. That got kicked out of Spain.
Well, they don't say kicked out of Spain. See, we tend to have it different. Okay? When it's Christopher Columbus, he said, when Christopher Columbus, okay, Jamaica, the Maroons wasn't fighting. They teach us that Maroons was fighting with the British or with the Europeans. That wasn't the case. That wasn't the case. It was British fighting against the Spanish. British fighting against the Spanish.
Yeah, but just take a minute before you go any further.
Well, let me finish.
I just wanted to clarify though, don't forget, 1535, Pope Innocent said change everything that was Moorish called in Spanish.
Islam.
Yeah, true.
Okay, so I just want to put that point there.
That the British were really fighting against the Moors.
Go ahead. I'm finished.
The British were fighting against the Spanish, and the treaty was with the Spanish at first, Spanish, and the people, which is the Maroons or Moors, those people. Okay. They don't teach us that the Maroons, or this too far, the Maroons were fighting alongside the Spanish. Because it was more trade.
Yeah.
And they were fighting to control Port Royal. The port at first was Port Moor, okay, which that was the port to port, and the capital was Spanish Town. And when the earthquake happened, it moved to Kingston.
Right.
Kingston. Okay? But the argument that they're giving me and what I learned in school and what everybody's saying is like they watch us thinking the wrong thing and just allow us to think like that.
Yeah. That's when you say they allow you to say something that you talk about the people who taught us.
We were taught to speak English.
Right.
Okay? Which is a trade language. Trade.
Yeah.
Okay? Trade. And Maroon, based on their language still.
Right.
For you to really, speak that language,
right. You have to be in it. Yeah.
You have to be in it.
Right. Yeah.
You know, so they have their own thing going on, but if you ask the average Jamaican,
yeah, they don't know.
They see Maroon as
bushman or whatever.
No, sell out. All these things.
Yeah, because they're looking at it just like you're saying, from the perspective of
teachers.
Right.
Yeah, which is reverse.
Yeah, they teach us that. So when you see the Maroon now, like now in Jamaica, the way things are right now, we realize now it's coming full circle now. We realize the only people who have any kind of value right now
is the Maroons.
Because their dollar is 10 times the Jamaican dollar, the same land.
Yeah.
And every island
but then that's why they don't want that money in circulation. That's why they don't want the Maroon currency in circulation. Because that's going to deflate the thing that's there, and then the Maroons will be back in power.
At one time, it was probably the Maroon currency, but the quote-unquote Jamaican currency
was the highest
currency in the whole of all America. More money than States money and everything.
And then it got bankrupt by the
World Bank of Nova Scotia in so-called Jamaica before there was one in so-called Canada.
Right. So you were saying about...
Yeah, the food's ready. We're going to eat, take a break maybe if you guys want. And
make your one more. When I was a little boy growing up, they used to have this Bible called Maccabees. Yeah. And they used to touch his Bible. I don't even know half about his Bible. And people go to, they lap up people for it, and they used to dodge it and all them things there. So I don't, hide it. So I don't understand. So maybe you guys can tell me something about it.
Right there.
Yeah, I don't know if it's this specific Bible, but my Baba told me when he was younger, they had a thick Bible like this that had the Apocrypha and all the different missing books. It was super, super thick.
Super thick, yeah.
And at one point, the local churches and priests came and took that Bible away and replaced it with a smaller one, and all these books were gone. So I don't know if it's that original one that you're talking about, but he confirmed it, his sister, my aunt, confirmed it, and so on and so forth. So I don't know if that's what you were talking about.
There's one.
Yeah, but
what's the main currency of like all the islands?
The main currency of all the islands? There's not one currency for them.
They have different ones, like notes and stuff.
Huh?
They call it notes. Yes.
Yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah. So Trinidad is.
The
TT or something like that?
Yeah. So it's like Trinidad 20. Then there's Jamaica and has different ones. I don't have that number right now. But everyone has, and Jamaica used to be the highest until they got bankrupt by
So we're just gonna take, what, 10 minutes?
No, we're gonna eat until like what, 5 or whatever, 10 after 5, we're here till 8, 4 to 8 or whatever. We're gonna take half an hour to eat, 45 minutes.
Yeah, we're trying to wrap it up.
Well, I mean, yeah, no problem, brother.
Yeah. So we'll take an intermission, 20 minutes, and then we'll come back at 5 o'clock and do some Q&A. All right.
That's J. Rogers. I got all of them. And the Sex and Race by J. Rogers as well. Yeah, I got all those. I still haven't read those yet. I got all 3 of them.
Yeah, it's the same. The more you get to
the thing about it is, if you had joined Masonry, they wouldn't have told you were Moors.
Yeah, that's.
They would have kept it from you and kept you freaking even more enslaved. And then you'd been under the Queen. So it's a good thing you didn't join it.
It's a good thing
Well, so you were in it then. You did join.
No, like I still knew the.
Peace, Moor.
Peace, Islam.
I was just not part of it.
Getting back to our second half. We just wanted to
because other teachers
start the second half with a libation.
But studying and knowing your Moorish and doing this, so you can study it.
We don't know your Moorish for a
But if you go into
I don't look up right here.
that's when it's
for a little bit of
So we want to make sure that we always give honors to our ancestors. We know that. That's that phone ring. Pass me that phone right there.
You turn this back on?
Yeah.
Oh, you turned it on?
Yeah, it's on already. Yeah. Just want to put some titles out there, quick, fast. Metaphysical meaning of water. Water in its different aspects represents weakness and negativeness, cleansing, mental potentiality, and in some cases life or vital energy. In every mental proposition, we have an above and a below. Above the firmament are the unexpressed capacities, waters of the conscious mind resting in faith in divine mind. Below the firmament are the unexpressed capacities, waters of the subconscious mind. The seas of Genesis represent the unformed state of mind. We say that a man is at sea when he is in doubt about a mental process. In other words, he has not established his thoughts in line with the principle involved. He is unstable. The sea is capable of production, but most come under the domination of the formative power of the mind and imagination. Water represents mental potentiality. It can also be understood as negation. The race thoughts have formed a sea of thought, and to walk over it safely requires that one have faith in oneself. Faith necessary to accomplish so great a work comes from understanding of God and man and the law of mastery given to men. God is substance, sub, under, stare, to stand. He is the underlying principle of the universe, upholding all things by his word of power, by the omnipotent energy that permeates all creation. An understanding of God in his or her true character establishes the mind firmly in faith and causes the feet to walk safely over the sea of the mixed negative thoughts of the race. Water in one of its phases represents negativeness. The individual who allows himself to become negative to the good finds himself uncertain and unstable in his mind, and often his body becomes so submerged in the waters of negation that his physical condition is low. Weak sympathy with error and the results of error helps to produce this condition. To be positive in the good, it is very necessary that one have right ideas of God. One know him as good. The mind and the body are often toned up by one's thinking of God as divine law. One's understanding him to be divine law frees the mind from sentimental ideas of God solely as love. It is these sentimental ideas that makes weak human sympathy. Water is symbolical of weakness, lack of stability. It is stated that disciples were to recognize the man in whose home they were to eat the Passover by his carrying a pitcher of water. The meaning is that we should meet the error thought at the weakest point in consciousness. The error thought to be met in this case was designated as Judas, one of the disciples, who was possessed by a devil. This means that Jesus had discovered that he had one point in his character that he was not yet cleansed and spiritualized by the power of the Word, or the regeneration thought given by the Father. Water also represents material cleansing, and fire represents spiritual cleansing. Water also represents the great mass of thoughts that conform to environment. Every thought leaves its form in the consciousness, and all the weak, characterless words and expressions gather in the subconscious mind as water gathers in holes. When we get discouraged or disappointed and give up, the undertow of life sweeps this flow of negative thought over us, and we are conscious of bodily weakened of some sort. Then, if we get scared, there is trouble ahead. When we know the truth and brace up, however, the waters are confined to their natural channels again, and then our strength is restored. Islam. And you could also look up spiritual meanings of water, water and metaphysics, the metaphysical properties of water, and don't forget Dr. Masaru Emoto with Messages in Water. So we wanted to put some energy out there for the ancestors. We're going to ask if you have anybody in mind, articulate those people into the universe. Know that in the sense of our customs, our practices as Moors, part of that is honoring our ancestors. So it's important for us, even if you have, if you're, you know, people who are drinkers, they always do their little, pour out a little liquor. If you look at different cultures, water is relative to ancestral acknowledgement, worship, anything like that. So whoever it is that comes to mind, put their names out. Once the names get put out, we're going to pour water until we fill up this cup, and we'll put that for Brother Congo over there to have his little drink. Ashe.
Ashe. Kenzie ancestors.
Ashe.
Prophet Noble Drali.
Ashe. Ashe.
Ashe.
Man number 7.
Ashe.
Danja.
Ashe. Lamzi. Ashe.
Ashe. Dr. Delbert Blair.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Undine.
Ashe. Agun Van Serva.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Celestine ancestors.
Ashe.
Al-Shabaab.
Ashe.
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 El Hashim Malik El Shabazz.
Ashe. Ashe.
Ashe.
Khalid Muhammad. Ashe.
This is my father and grandmother.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Dr. Eddie Park.
Ashe.
Any of the Maroon.
Ashe.
Uncle Joel.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Ya Santiwa.
Ashe. Ashe.
Grandma's son.
Ashe.
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 Honorable Messiah Marcus.
Ashe.
Francois ancestors. Ashe.
Muhammad Ali.
Ashe.
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 Love to each and every one.
Ashe.
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 And for all the names not mentioned, the names that we forgot, Ashe.
Ashe.
Always remember, never forgot.
And for Congo too.
Oh, gotta get that.
That's the one.
A great one, Congo.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Son got Ashe. No, he's still here.
Aretha Franklin.
Ashe.
Ashe.
Whitney Houston for that.
Whitney, the whole crew.
Many risen.
So part of our our transitioning from just doing classes is making sure that some of these turn into actual, what we were calling the council meetings or the town hall meeting or whatever, so that the ones here or wherever it is that we go can get something that they can try to implement or do where it is that they're at. Because we know that the unification aspect has to be accelerated for us to get something done. With where we are, we're realizing that there's only going to be certain people who are going to be down to get their hands dirty. Everybody's not going to get their hands dirty, right? You know, some people are going to take the position of, there's a lot more. Some people are going to take the position of sideline and wait until they see something. You know, some people are going to be, like we said, hands in, and they'll get it. You call them, they're there. You know, and others, they might, you know, not be able to physically assist, but, you know, spiritually they can assist, or monetarily they can assist. They can't be there or whatever. One thing that we realized, and part of it was just due to us getting to that place where we had to change up things, is that we put together, or we more solidified what in Moorish Science Temple they call the Adept Chamber. A group of individuals who are, quote unquote, elected by the people to be the ones that make stuff run, right? So we've ever since we started out, every time we go somewhere, we try to connect with the people who are there doing certain work so that we can show that there's some type of cohesiveness with this Moorish paradigm, that we're not just, you know, in Toronto only. We got Moors in Ottawa, we got Moors in Montreal. Go across west, you got Calgary, wherever else there's Moors here, not just where we're at, right? So, you know, Montreal, Ottawa, even BC, but Montreal, Ottawa, and Hamilton. So Hamilton, Montreal, Ottawa are the main ones where there's people. When we say we're going to wherever, and we get there, people are going to show to try to get this information, right? So what we want to put out, and Omar is going to speak on this, and some other Moors here, just things that you should be doing because you're here. Because we realize that the people who want this information gravitate to it, right? Alfonso can tell you about flyers and whatever else that we did, how much ever God gave out, and then we always see the empty seats. And we always reinstill that the empty seats mean ancestors. And then everybody else who was here was supposed to be in here. The other seats is the ancestors who wanted to be here too. To make sure that this thing goes where it's supposed to go with the people who are here. Because like with Sis, we were talking that, you know, being that other than chefs, that's the only other matriarch here. Right? And the female energy getting this is really what it's about. Right? One of as far as us being here, you know, being in tune with this information, even with Sis not even coming here. She was just walking and she bumps somebody and say, oh, I'm going over there. All right, I'm going too, because that's what's up. I know what's going on. I know what that's about. Could have been going anywhere. But took time to say, hold on a second. Just like we were talking about the importance of this, right? Not even coming here. She was going to go do something else. And this was so important that she said, forget whatever else I'm doing. I'm about to come here and get with the Moors. Because I know that I'm going to get something. I'm going to get something out of it.
Yeah, this morning, my friend called me and he asked me to come. And he asked me many times to come, but I never get the time to come. But I find the time today to come. And when he told me about it since week, and then yesterday we get a call to go and help out one of my friends. And you know, we get up and go to my friend and help them out, and then find myself here. And we really feel really good about it.
So that's part of us doing what it is that we're doing. But again, we, you know, this was a daunting task, but we know how to make things manifest, right? But this really would have been carload of 4 or 5 people if our stuff was together properly how it's supposed to be, right? It's not like that because of societal stuff we got to deal with. People got stuff they got to do. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? So our thing is that wherever we go, that other than stuff, books, DVDs, whatever like that, but our imprint be that we leave an energy here. That the people who are here are able to take, and then they can do whatever it is that they have to do for out here. Because here needs this just like everywhere else needs this. But we're not a stone throw away. In a sense we are, because you know it's the same jurisdiction, but it's not really like that. It's really about there being something like this happening, and we not even have to be here, but this is happening. Where there's this here that has nothing to do with us. Just the people here realizing what this is, and then getting on board with it, however it is that they could support, so that it could be something that is continually moving.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
So on that note, I'd like to add that like, we do meet once a month. You know, various locations, whatever. We do meet once a month. Few of us here that meet regularly, so you're all invited to come out once a month and lend your energy. And it's your, as the prophet say, it's your movement.
Yeah.
So it's only going to go as far as you make it go. You know what I mean? So we're here once a month, and if we can, you know, let's be active out here. Morris?
This is my donation.
Come on, you just bring it down to the...
Give it to you.
Yeah, man.
You could just
Get
make sure you get.
while you're at it.
Yeah, while you get, just make sure you get some stuff. Right?
Take somebody, get a little chat,
So it's This is something,
I would just say, on the way up here, we were building on this as a paradigm and on what this represented and reflected. And some of the thoughts that had come to me were like, all right, well, even if it's not about the Moors, where's I was saying, where's the NAACP? Where are they meeting? Where's the Nation of Islam meeting? Where are the rest of these so-called groups that should be representative of us as a people with our bloodline out there doing things on the regular? Aside from so-called church, something like that, there's really, where is that? And then one would say, and then I start to think, well, why do we need that? I don't see so-called Russians or the Filipinos or those people doing that, but they are doing that. But they don't have to do those things from a perspective of needing to sort of uplift their communities, because their communities are thriving and surviving. Yes, they have their slums and that kind of stuff, but I also start to realize that their stuff that they're doing to their own people is just as toxic. You know, if you go to like Hindustan or China, they've got real slum there. People all living in there. That's how they have their, you know, out of their 8 billion people, they've got 50 million people that are pimping. And that's why they're coming in here. We got 30 million people here, but they've got as many rich people over there as we've got people all together here. So of course they can come in here and take this stuff over, and they're doing it. If you notice, in Toronto now, the place is being taken over by the Manchurian and by the Hindustani. Where is our stuff? In Bangladesh or whatever? They started to put their people, into those so-called corporate positions of power that we sort of want to negate, but at least they have the wherewithal to put their people into the straw. You know, if the straw game is where it's at, then why don't we have some people up in there? Just like the Maroons or whatever, the same thing that we're talking about, where they have a cohesiveness. Where is that for us? Every one of these, if this was some stupid lecture on some nonsense, this place would be packed. Yet I'm not even saying this is the answer, but where is the answer and where's that full room?
That's right.
I want to know that. If this isn't it, I'm cool with that.
Next year.
No, hold on. I'm not. But you see, I know because this man is a soldier for this stuff, and he goes out there and hits the streets to try and make this happen. And then this is every year. I know the brother is expecting a full house, and so are we, and that's what we want. And it's not even like he says. It's not. Hey, some men didn't even sleep to get here. Some man came in and just came in the door, I picked him up and he came out. Next man couldn't sleep because he was so riled up about this. I got about 4 hours. We came here because we feel like we should, even if this was your thing and you called us, we'd be here. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know where we go from this, but I say that there's something that we need to be doing that is not being done. And as I said, if I could look into my communities and see that this was all right, then we wouldn't need to do this.
That's right.
But I think we do. Because we look out there, and I look out there at all that stuff, and I don't see stuff being reflected the same way for us as I see for other people. Though I do see they have the icons, and usually it's either some sports thing or some music thing. And that's it. So unless you're some guy giving really who's something they can suck off of, you ain't seen where are our intellectuals? They threw us in Obama to keep us distracted for a while. My mom's still been singing that tune. I'm like, look, this is crazy. Right, you know what I'm saying, Credo? We finally got one up in there. They don't realize that anyone who knows anything knows anyone who knows anything knows that at this point that position is a fraudulent position and just for show, right? So anyway, sorry, Islam.
So my grandmother always said to us that everything takes time, and everything is a matter of time.
Time?
Time, yeah.
Right.
Nothing beat time. So we don't have a full room today. But in the future, you never know.
Right. And you're absolutely right, and we're about that. But one of the things I want to make clear to us, I think we have to be careful about if we want to get to that full room. I see it like a garden that we plant some seeds in, right? But if we don't water the seeds and we don't give the seeds some sunlight, then we're going to keep coming back to that same field without having that. So if we are watering it and think that it will slowly grow.
That's right.
But if we're not, and if we're doing it, and if we're sort of, and if we're pouring like chemicals in it and it's dying, we got to figure out what's wrong, I think, and be sentient enough to know that we got to alter our stuff.
Right.
Because we also got to see about how we've been programmed and imprinted, and how maybe a lot of that stuff is what has got this being where it's at right now. Right.
So speaking about, go ahead.
So we are grateful though, right?
1,000.
right?
Oh, I hope you.
When we came in and the one Moor was here, and we were asking where the rest of us, if he was just here alone,
it would still be.
It came for him.
I said that already, though, didn't I? I said that already, though, didn't I? I said whoever's here is what this was about.
So every year we kind of have like wishful thinking, and we hope that it would be more than this, but we know how things go, and this has been the pattern.
Yeah.
But we haven't faltered. We're still reaching there.
Yeah.
He's over here for basis.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's good. And then it's also said that like who's here supposed to be here? So like the ones that possibly would have to get filtered out, or this is not for them, that's why they're not here, right?
Yeah.
So who needed to be here for us to present whatever we have to present for them? That's what it is. Everything is perfect.
Yeah. So we want this to be a call out for the people here to get with each other, because we're realizing in Toronto that if we're not arm to arm as Moors and mind to mind as Moors and heart to heart as Moors and toe to toe and finger to finger, then it's not going to manifest. And it takes, just like we're saying, the people who said, you know what, I'm going to be here. I'm going to take some time to go find out about, this thing. I can't get this anywhere else. I might as well go get it if it's going to come to town. Like, well, because you're not going to get it anywhere else.
Like the guy that came here today, he couldn't stay long, but him and his wife came here and just came here to get some books.
Yeah.
And then he had to go.
Yeah.
But trust me, he was so happy just to get those
Was that the first one that was here?
Yeah, the brother was over here.
I thought he ran from this because.
This was he just came to get some books. Don't keep moving,
Yeah.
But one of the things, I'll quickly say this too, I think that we have to be cognizant too of certain things. This is the science behind it. There are certain areas on this body that have special powers. I think this place is one of them. Isn't this the Three River area?
That's it.
Right? And isn't this where the seat of power is supposedly for this thing, for this corporate? Right. But don't you realize, to me, they're jacking our stuff. This is really where our seat is. Yes. Right? Same with so-called Toronto down there. There's an underwater river that runs there. That's why that place is what it is. So part of me realizes that this is where all the embassies are at, too. That's not by accident. Where's our embassy? Like, really, where's our embassy? This is whack to me on certain levels. And it shows the level of the lack of level where we're at.
Well, I mean, out here, we're still at a learning process out here.
Right.
As like, if you go to Toronto, there's a lot more visible out there, unified. There's been a temple established out there for a while. So it's a learning process here, and we're just moving forward. Like you said, we're more to come together once a month, and we can take it from there. Keep building what we have. This is our 4th year. We started with at Nevis's place, 10 years ago. Yeah. And we still here. Yeah, you know what I mean? And it's also Brother Nevis's place was holding it down with the Garveyite, paradigm and these things. So like you said, we just gotta keep working together, brother, because we're all family,
Yeah. That's absolutely where it's at.
That's where it's at.
We can all be in our field, but we're all heading in the same direction. Yeah. That's how I see this, and we've got to, I think, continue.
That's what we were talking about on the way here.
Yeah, we've got to continue to see that from that perspective. I think what's happened is the divisionism. The sister was talking about this now, about how everyone gets so upset when something's happened. That's all a product of that too. You have a little bit of snowfall on the ground, all of a sudden you can't move anywhere. You see, I don't know about you, I remember 20 years ago you'd be marching through that stuff. Now all of a sudden school out, all kinds of stuff. You can't go here, you can't go here. Amber alert, why are you calling me at 2 in the morning because some lady's gone? You know what I mean? But what I realize is once your mind starts getting open, you start seeing both sides of it. Yeah, there's a purpose for the Amber Alert. But you also see that there's some nonsense going on here, because I'm in Wisconsin. This person just got taken in Brampton. Why are you calling me in Wisconsin to tell me about that, right? So we see some of those energies. I just think we need to continue to access that genius part of ourselves and not have a fear of success, and really get this thing going, really, really, with sort of leaving all of that sort of under that sort of attitude stuff behind, if we can.
Here I am here. So I'm a farmer, right?
Islam.
So when I was a little boy and my grandfather bring me to bushes and places to do farming and all those things, all was there, it was only grass, right? Nothing else, it was grass, weeds, bad weeds. So we clean it up, we dig it up, and then we plant. And then we reap all the things then, and we leave and we're gone. And the next thing, we go back. The same stuff what we plant, it bring a lot of things, you know. You see them drop there? So right now, that's what you guys doing right now here.
1000%. Islam. Islam. Thank you.
Yeah. Like we were talking about the metaphysics of water, like what the brother said. Now you're the seeds, and then the information is the water now. That's supposed to get you to that growing stage of who are you, what are you gonna do, what's your position, what's your purpose. All these things are the unfoldment of man realizing his true self, right? And once that true self is realized, then the work's going to get done, and the work's going to be easier to be done because we're not going to be doing it under pressure. We're not going to be doing it with stress because of baby mom or whatever. We already dealt with that, right? There's no such thing as baby mom. Mother of the children, and I have a great relationship, whatever. It is how it's supposed to be, right? Me and my brother is not back and forth about some BS. We're working on, using our forearms instead of two. You know what I mean? So get into that place, like Brother Alphonse was saying, it's a work in progress. But from 08 or 2010 was the first. It was 08 the first time?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when we were there from that time, and then the times going up until now, we've seen that there's progression. On the level of, or even honors for the food. We got caterer now.
Moorish caterer.
Right? Like not people who are part of this taking another job and now they got to cook to do something. It's not, you know what I mean? Yeah, right? And then that would go into, all right, well, you might not want something, but you might know somebody that they're having an event, 300 people, they need a caterer. All right, there they are right there. Because you made that connection because you know that they're part of the family. Why should shawarma guy, $15 a shawarma get everybody's stuff when we got caterers right here that we could set up to make sure that we keep it amongst ourselves, and everybody's doing it. This is not we're doing that and now we're looking funny because why are you only spending money with whatever or whatever. Well, everybody else doing it. What's the issue? The only reason those stuff look weird to us is because we're in that dead status, and they know that dead status people doing things like that, it's not going to do anything anyway. So why you guys even wasting your time? Support your own, but it's black stuff. That's not going to amount to anything. But hey, do your thing. You know what I mean? If you want some nails or whatever, come on over here. We'll shine you up, polish you up. You want pedicure, manicure, or whatever. You want weave hair stuff. Oh yeah, come on over. We'll set you up. But they're going to take all that finance and then they're going to their community with it. And then they're going to build their Moorish style synagogue or whatever like that, and have you pretend like they don't know what's up.
Well, and I also had this thought today. I was like, okay, so this is so-called Black History Month. But if black is really bleak, and bleak is really white, then it's really their time.
Yep.
And then if we're the ones feeding that, because they got all that stuff going on now, the Grammys, all the stuff that's happening here in February, then really they're receiving the energy of the stuff that we think that we are actually empowering. Right? We're black and we're owning that stuff, but the energy's all going to them.
That's right.
And meanwhile, we're taking all of the burden of that, and then we ain't getting anything back out of it. And anything that is built in black goes to them.
Well, speaking of that, what I like to put a domination at some point. You know, we're like American people and we like the heat, right? So why the hell are we celebrating February? Like we gotta like maybe next year we can start doing this thing in July.
Well, here's what I thought too. The reason, wait a minute. I say that too, but this is what some of the stuff that I look at. I think that that's the true science. The reason why they're doing this stuff in February is because February really is the beginning of the end of the beginning.
Yeah.
Right? Or no, it's the beginning of the end, and then the end of the beginning, because next month is the bursting. So they're really honoring the results of all of that stuff now, and we're shunning away from it.
But I'm saying even in terms of like attendance to these things, right? If we kept this thing in the hotter months, stuff like that, I think that would be more. Could be more beneficial for us.
Right.
As
far as
because we're not forced to stay in February.
Yeah.
We're not forced for that. We can go any month we want. We can go every month.
Right.
Well,
We can go every day. How about that?
But
because February was
black.
We projected the black history.
That's right.
We want to counteract it.
We were looking to counter the misnomer of that. Right. But also part of what I think too. This is the other thing that I think about once we start getting into these things. I think this is another part of this. I'll just tell you guys this. I work in film, and I always remember talking to one of these European guys, because I get there and I work with a lot of European people in the film industry where I'm at. And I said to them, how come they're not more, because I was trying to break this stuff down to them and threw on a Taj video, we got all messed up, right? I had to turn it off, right? We're in the truck. And I was like, well, how come there aren't more black people in this? You know, he turns to me and says, and has the nerve, he says, because black people don't like to work. So I was like...
The European
guy, I was like, but then I thought about it, I was like, yeah, okay, well, no, this guy's effed up because
because of slavery.
Hold on.
Some of it, what he's saying is true.
Absolutely, but here's the other point. A lot of us too. I love certain of my Moors. They don't like the coal, but I got to tell you this: if they tell me I got to go out right now and dig and shovel out some stuff, I'm getting my coat on and doing it. So part of me feels too that I think what we have to understand, and this is the part that I think this is the part that we have missed. We are responsible for some stuff. They haven't put that burden on us, or we have negated that burden. And then now when some work needs to get done to get it done, we're falling back on some island time stuff. About how I'm not going to show up for stuff, I'm not going to show up on time because I want someone else. That's the sorcery that they're doing behind the scenes. Each one of us has to take upon ourselves that it's cold, it's minus 20. I got to put on my 3 pairs of things. I got to get out there and I got to shovel out this nonsense. And once we do that, it's all going to clear. But this is why this is that. It also says in the book that once we wake up, this what do you call it, environment will go back. They were saying that, remember, you had 4 grapes. You could only carry 4 grapes in the hand. Here.
The conditioning is so much that when we actually think we're putting an effort and making progress or doing hard, it's not, like we think it's overdrive, but
it ain't nothing.
We're not making a dent. Right. But that's because of the conditioning that they've done for so many years. Where it's like, we're so beat down from generation and our DNA and whatnot that it's like they're piling shit on you.
Yep.
But here, for like 100 years, you can't just come out of this shit.
No, but hear me out and hold your thought. Watch this. I'm agreeing with what he's saying.
It might take 50. It might take you 100. It might take you 150. You might be able to do it in 25. But you still got to sift through all of that before you clean yourself.
So yes and no, and hold your. I'm going to finish on this. My thought is this, though. They say that. But I was sitting again on another movie set, and I was sitting here, and 2 ladies were talking over there, and she was saying how she teaches a course at a university on getting children to make, or the university students to make eye contact at job interviews, because they've already lost that ability in 1 generation. So I say to myself, if you can lose it in one, you can gain it back in one. They're giving us a story to give us a timeline as if somehow we've been in slavery for some long period of time, when that slavery really is a pimple on the life of what we have been as gods.
But it is evident, and I'm going from my own experience too. I'm a procrastinator, bro. I could be doing way more than I do.
So
like,
you
look at us, for example, Canaanland Moor. We think we've done.
Oh, I know we've done nothing.
Look at 7-Day Adventists. Latter-day Saints and those people in Toronto or wherever else. The two guys who walk around every day in the summer, handing out pamphlets trying to convert people to come to church. We don't do nothing like that. Like, there's things that, like, you want to get things done, like, we gotta go 10 times harder. Like Mr. John used to tell us in science class. Bring it when I'm not doing good in class, like, bring me in the office, like, yo, you can't be like these people. You gotta work 10 times as harder to get it done, because there's 10 times more shit than other people, other nations and other people. So we gotta, right? We don't do nothing like that.
I agree.
We post off YouTube. Like, imagine if we did that, we'd get more response. It might not be 100 people, but it might be 2 or 3 more than we got from just doing what we normally do. Right? Those people go around, those pilgrims go around all day, every day. No one will run them.
And some volunteer too.
I don't want to hear what you have to say. And they're still doing it.
That's real, because that changes energy.
That's right.
That changes energy, because I remember back when I graduated from university and I was looking for work and I couldn't find it. I just kept getting beaten down to a point where I just started getting up later and later and later and just going to my brethren's house and playing video games. And it was my dad that pulled me out of it. And he says, okay, I know you want to design shoes, and I know it's not going the way it's going for you right now, but I want you to get up, I want you to go print out a whole bunch of CVs, get up with me in the morning, I'm going to drop you in one area, and you're just going to hand out CVs.
That's right.
And I did that for, I don't know how many weeks, like maybe 2 weeks, every morning from like 8 o'clock to 12, and then I went home after that. And just that changed the energy. Exactly. And then you picked up something. So it's exactly
come out of our comfort.
Right, so it goes to what you're saying.
Like even with our music. Well, I should be on East Center Young Street with my CDs.
Yeah.
Like talking.
Yeah.
Or like the Jesus Christ guys who are standing out there trying to hand out the pamphlets of Jesus Christ. Repent! We did that once. We did that once last year. We went downtown. We didn't even talk really. We're just standing there waiting because it's not out of it's still
out of your comfort zone.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
but hold on, but wait, sorry.
We're not going as hard as we could. Like and in our mind, there's nothing that's stopping us from doing that. But what's stopping us though?
That's what I thought.
Exactly.
No, I think that's it's not just.
But it's a conditioning.
Yeah, but I think that the factor that we overlook a lot of times is not because we're not going hard. It's not because we're not trying. Because there's a big factor. It's called the economical factor.
Yes, Islam.
And you see all those people who go out, Latter-day Saints and stuff like that. Yeah. They get their basic needs met.
Yeah, Islam.
So when they do that, and they're okay. But if we go out, our bread is not met.
That's right, Islam.
The hours we take on the street is hours that we won't get nothing.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? So I realized that's what in business they would say, you have a startup capital? Do you have a startup capital?
Or business plan?
Yeah, because they're saying that, do you have money for the slow days?
Yeah.
That's what it means. In a practical sense. Do you have money for the slow days? Because you start your business, nobody knows you yet. So you have to make sure rent is taken care of. All these expenses, you're not going to make a penny even for the next 6 months. Right? So that's what that is. So that's an economical step forward. So
yeah,
yes.
But there's still ways to work way around that.
No, but
I don't think
that's one of our dilemmas.
No, we have the organization.
But we still will do other things.
Yeah,
like we'll say,
no, hold on, wait a minute. So
one at a time.
But we still take the time and we'll put that time into other things. Like we want to say we're our people. Like people say we're not unified. Of course we're unified. We're unified for the wrong reason.
Yes.
There'll be a million of us and we'll go watch a concert.
Or funeral.
Or a basketball game.
Yeah, or a ball game, right?
Yes.
You soon?
No, but what I'm trying to be clear on, is when you're organizing a structure, that arm functioning constant bring result. So you hire just a PR person. They hire just this. Because that's what the key is, consistency, right?
Islam.
To make change.
Yeah.
There's You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, because I watch and say, why are we not, why, yeah, these people, they use it on us a lot.
Of course, yeah.
Things are like, you can stand on the street for 10 hours because you know that certain things are met.
It's a construct.
You know what I'm saying?
But,
but
we give them more credit than
Islam, absolutely. That too.
Yeah, I think we need to understand that we deal with people who have a 400-year head start.
Yeah.
This whole system that we deal with.
Can I just counter, what about the 2 million year system that we've had on them?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, man, let me finish.
No, sorry, I just, sorry.
Yeah,
A friend come and visit me last night, he's from Haiti. And I said to him, what do you think about Haiti? And he said, they should just turn it over to the white man and make the white man run the place. And I said, you know that the white man is the one who rig it so it don't work.
Yeah.
You rig it so it don't work. Okay? So the mentality, when we're going to set a goal, if you don't have that mentality where you can
reach it, yeah.
far, if you don't have the faith,
yeah.
you don't have faith, it don't make no sense.
Right.
I just want to counter that to certain how I see these things. Your man or your colleague who said we should just give it to the white man, he's right. He should give it back to us when we're in our proper status, because we were the white man. So he's really talking the science behind it, that it should be given back to the white man. But the white man is us. He's just missed it because the so-called white man, who is the connotative, the denotative white man, is the European using our science to run the shit. And he's saying what's happened is we've taken on their stuff and we're groveling around. And he's saying, I want the white man to take it over. But that's part of his indoctrination and his sort of, what do you call it, his prisoner of war thinking. Better to have the jailer look after shit, because at least the jailer is doing a good job at it.
It's so complicated that it, or complex.
But it's, yeah, you're right, it's
that
complex.
craft is, so the craft
is complex, the craft.
To show you what we're dealing with now.
Of course, but that's the wordplay, that's the spells, which is all an illusion.
400 years.
Even the 400 years is a according to Juhali, it was only what, 85 years.
That's right.
Yeah. We're at the point like me.
Exactly. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, it's time for us to get out of mind so we're going after our time hard as one more persons. All we need to do is just start up smarter.
Sorry, say that last part. Start what?
Smarter.
That's good.
We have all the resources available to us now. We don't need to surround for 10 people and not do 10 times more. No, we don't do that. Our one time represent the best. That's it.
I can back up with that.
Yes,
you go for
I was going to say this. They said that Bill Gates likes to hire lazy people. I heard this. And I said, why? He said, because lazy people figure out shortcuts to get stuff done. So he's absolutely right to a certain degree. No, but watch. We laugh at that shit, but that's white thinking. We're going to get a guy who has to move 15,000 things. He's not going to do it by hand. He's going to figure out a way to create a slide and slide the shit out because he wants to go and chill.
In the construction world, they tell you like work smart.
That's right. But when I heard him say that, it was very profound to me. Because I have been, like you say, predicated to saying I got to work hard. Because they've convinced us that we got to work harder. We've always been told that you got to work harder than the next white guy to get. That's all part of the science too.
And that's programming.
Of course it is. But first of all, we got to break the programming.
Yeah. So why we were saying that you shouldn't be propagating that thought 10 times or 5 times harder. Because you only have to work 5 times or 10 times harder if you're assimilating.
Yeah,
you must. You must.
But yeah, if you think you're
if you have
try to fit in there.
Yes. Because they don't want you there. They don't want you there.
Exactly.
But if you know how to assimilate, then one is good.
Yeah.
And that's the issue we have now. Is we're not realizing that we have to put our infrastructure down. Or we get our infrastructure. We have to. There's no gray area.
That's right.
Okay, and if you're trying to join the line, which is 10 times hard, 5 times hard, well, I guess you're behind in the stands and
everybody else has been doing it.
Your line is long.
They're working 20 times harder for 2 cents or whatever.
Yeah, so my father, when he give me something to do, you know, he always make it look hard. And he teach me how to make it easy. Hard work come easy. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's about life. You have to learn how to get around things. Yeah. When it's hard, you learn to get around it and make it easy for you.
Make it easy.
I'm telling you.
Like water.
Like what?
Like water.
Oh, like water.
Like farming.
If there's a stream, if there's water going down the stream and it hits a rock, it veers, and then it comes like this.
Like water, yeah.
Right, and then eventually, or if it's passing over, eventually it's going to cut through the water.
Yeah, bridge it.
Yeah, but it always takes the path of least resistance.
That's right.
Yeah. Right.
And that's you know, because our path has been so resistant. You know, that's why Bruce Lee said, "Yeah, just be like water. Forget anything in your path. Just be like water. Either you go around it or through it or whatever. You'll find your way of how to deal with that obstacle." You know what I mean? And again, making the reference to, you know, the metaphysics of water and, you know, the power that has. That when we put water into the concept of consciousness, and we think of all of our minds flowing at the same speed, right? All of our minds coming together to create waves. So we'll have a tsunami with certain people, that we could get certain things done, you know, without having to exert. Because look at how long it takes a tsunami to destroy everything. Wipe out everything. That's 2 seconds. Everything's done. Buildings people took 20 years to build are down in a second because of some tsunami water.
Yeah. So I used to plant 3 acres of weed by myself in Jamaica.
You say 3 acres of 3 acres.
The big weed tree, them and me ask long for what them and so my man asked me, say, boy, how did you do that? Me say, well, you have way to, and you just take your time. Things take time, that's what I'm telling you. You do little today, tomorrow you do little.
Same
You
thing
don't kill yourself.
coming up here, Sheldon.
You know what I mean? You do little today,
Sheldon?
and
Same thing you're
you do
talking
the
about
best.
coming up here.
But what I think we talked about too is having an end goal
to
to make sure that we were always working
towards something.
Towards that thing, because what happens if it's too fragmented and it's not enough direction, then that little bit sometimes can get distracted. You know what I'm saying? You look like you're doing stuff, but unless you have that overall goal, it can, I think that it can become a problem.
Yeah.
And that's what, that ties into what I was telling you about.
Well, or just because you're so fragmented that you know, it's like sort of trying to wipe off some snow and then giving enough time for the snow to fall again. You're never really getting ahead,
once
right?
you
So
find that,
you've got to have it moving ahead. Even
initial
if it's
projection
at
of
an
how
inch
long
at a
it's
time,
going
it's
to
still
take,
always got to be moving
you'll cut
ahead.
that time in half.
Right? You can't be just moving ahead an inch and then stuff builds up and then move ahead an inch, right? That's sort of how I feel this thing is somewhat.
We also want to open up also again for if anybody has questions. I know some people came in late, so if you got any questions, you could put those questions up right now. If we can get some input from some of the Moors that came from Teo, just so they can get some energy, some water for their seeds before we close out or leave out. You got something?
No, in terms of like what you're saying, what they.
Yeah, just you know, from the path that you came from.
Well, so
they're here now. So what? You know, where could
some of the stuff I was saying to the Moors about a month ago, this whole Black Panther nonsense, right? The movie and all that. You know, I finally saw it. Didn't go and see it in the theater, but you know, okay, what everyone's talking about this, and I gotta, right? And the thing that came to me after about 3 or 4 months, I thought to myself, and this is how it happens with the science. Well, where's the Moors Wakanda? Where do the Moors go back where their science is king, and where they're living like, you know, the way that they, but you see how subtle it was in the movies. They still had it as if they were tribes and that they were arguing with each other, though they did bring in the feminine energy to be the ruler, right? So you saw how they were, you see how they were mixing stuff together, but to me there was something profound in the fact that they were identifying from a concept of a higher, of a sort of higher sort of environment, a place that was, that's sort of where we were home, right? The sciences were there, the whole culture was there. Where is that for us, right? You think about it. You're hearing people, I don't hear any people talking about going back to Africa anymore. You hear people talking about going back to Africa? I hear certain people talking about going back to the island. You know, my dad's from Jamaica too. He's like, he doesn't know where to go there. Well, he was saying that as an older guy, saying that some of his the area that he wanted to go, that it's sort of overrun with this crime and stuff like that. But, you know, I think to myself, where do we have some spot that represents that? You know?
You mean back in the continent?
Huh? Anywhere. Anywhere. I'm saying like really, it should be here. really, it was here. That's where you see. But that's where you see exactly what Kudro was saying. If you ever, this is why the prophet said, just take a look at the European news. France, they've been warring for 3-4 months now on the fact that those mother effers tried to raise the gas a bit. You heard about that stuff? Yeah. It's been going out like, watch, that's how a European does it. You're going to mess with our gas? We ain't ever going to shut down. We got you on the run now. Week after week bro, they were trying to mess it up 7 weeks. Isn't 7 weeks almost 2 months? You know what I mean? They were playing all these games with the numbers. 11 weeks. Isn't that almost 3 months? These guys have been warring for 4 or 5 months. Like, wait, we get a gas price here and all of us bend over and go pay some more money. Over there, they shut down the streets. How about Spain? Didn't you realize what was going on there when they were talking about Catalina trying to secede? They were trying to leave. They were getting out of that bullshit. Look at Britain that's doing the Brexit thing that no one's under. The whole thing is falling apart all around us. Yeah. All around us it's happening. But of course, they're playing games with the media. So we're getting it in these ways. They're always giving you 3 or 4 different messages. And I'm convinced that the messages, I don't think I'm even there. I'm catching it sometimes. But I think if I'm at that next level, they're actually giving you they're laying it out for you in that general news stuff, right? Yeah. They're really telling you everything that's going on.
It's your move.
Yeah. Trump thing with the wall, Trump thing with the shutdown. Oh, they just had this one. That this is what I was realizing. Are they not giving us the rundown? They're saying that the U.S. citizen now, the public U.S. citizen is responsible for $22 trillion. So you just have to take a calculator right now, divide it by the people, and then you get a representative of what that debt is. But don't you understand that that's the debt that's being created because they're not using any fiat, any money. They're not using any money. They're just creating a debt which they're placing on you. And they're telling you right to your face about it.
Which again goes back to the thing with the benefit. Because they're trying to tie everything to the people. Tax the people, fine the people. They just came out with this long list of new fines or whatever like that they got now because weed's legal now, so you can't this, you can't that. But it's like 500, 400, 800. It's like,
$10 per day.
Where are you going with this?
And my boys who used to be involved in this, they're saying now you're getting more time for having weed than you had before.
yeah.
It's
and it's legal now.
And it's legal now. It's crazy shit. That's because the biggest gang are the police. Like, you know what I mean? Like when you start.
The thing is this, weed is not legalized, regulated.
Yeah.
So when they catch you with legalized, it's not free. No, it's regulated.
No, but they've legalized it from the perspective that, hold on, I thought from whatever, they've definitely legalized, although maybe they've decriminalized it.
Decriminalized.
Right, okay, go on.
Highly regulated now.
Right.
Highly regulated now.
But the deal is, that was the whole deal for the government. Guess what that was? That was the whole deal, that their economy was done. Okay? They've always been chasing weed out of the neighborhood. Weed's been around forever. How come now? The reason why now is because the bank is broke, bro. The bank is broke now, and that's why they've gone to the weed. They never wanted us on the weed. The weed opens us up.
And if weed, they don't see it as you just traffic it anymore. It's more like the tax
Yeah, you're evading, yeah.
So you play with the government money.
Yeah.
It's a big fine.
Yeah.
I suggest you all download the statute that they have surrounding the so-called legalization of weed and read it for yourself. You know how many pages it is, whatever. Read that for yourself so you can see what you're dealing with for yourself. Especially if you're, you have.
But you see, to me, to me, that's a what do you call it? Array of the whole big thing. When you apply that to anything, you realize that there's something that's pervasive in all of this, and it's this stinking.
And you see, I was back home, and I met this Rastaman. Okay, he's part of the church of I Selassie. So he's a church.
Stop it, where are you going?
Where is Tucker?
No, not Ethiopia. It's Church of I Selassie. And the Church of I Selassie is recognized by the
Parliament. By what? By Parliament?
Parliament. It's official.
Yeah.
And
Corporate.
the reason for that being is because the governor of Jamaica, not the governor, sorry, Jamaica don't have governor, they have a governor general.
Mm.
The governor general, I think they call it
Ascended, yes, or assented, which ascended, which I think is what you're saying is gave assent. Gave like permission or gave his royal
authority,
royal thing.
Okay. What I understand is that because it's a law,
yeah,
for him to get that, they will overturn. You cannot dictate to the queen.
Right.
But the terminology they use for her to give you an ear is that term they use.
Yes, ascended, yeah.
So he break it down to her and she decriminalize it.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
Then all of a sudden now, you hear it's legalized all over America. I don't know how that works. Okay? I don't know how that works. But because of that, all of a sudden, all these different, even Obama came to Jamaica and talk about telling us basically that multinational corporation can come in and take over the weed trade. But what a lot of people don't know is this. Weed companies in Canada were going to Jamaica
and setting up
and doing different
strain or whatever,
that they have pattern.
You know who had one? The police chief, the ex-police chief, Bill Blair, in Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto.
He's going to Jamaica to get his weed for his dispensary or whatever.
Hold on. So he's going there now.
But you know who he is? He's also the minister of what do you call it?
Yeah, he's the man that's in charge of the weed shit.
But he's not that. He's minister of the. He was that guy on the weed issue, and now all of a sudden you realize he's the guy getting his own angle. He was the guy who was commissioned to look into the study of all of that, and do all of that, to look into legalizing it. But then they gave him. Hold on, just to show you. Then they gave him as his little payoff. They gave him minister of the guy who lets of immigration, of letting people in or not, or who makes those policies. So that's where he's at, Bill Blair right now.
Okay.
But they still got to come to us for the science. I ran into one of my bridges the other night, sorry to cut you off. Excuse. And he's actually the head scientist for Health Canada when it comes to the so-called cannabis. And he's he's a brother from the islands. And he's a Rasta man, whatever, So it's funny that our people are still at the head of the technology when it comes to pretty well anything. So it's a matter of trying to get him to get him over on our side, basically,
Yeah. So my point was, they're doing business. It's always been business.
Yeah, but
hold on.
But why is it always been business to them? Why has it always been business?
Because that's the only platform there. That's the only jurisdiction they have. They have no other jurisdiction.
You're right. But that and remember that jurisdiction doesn't have anything to do with the people.
I know that.
That's why they could go in and do whatever it is that they want to do.
So if we don't know that the land is ours, okay, we're gonna always have the blade and they have the angle.
Yeah, right.
Always.
Yeah.
So they teach us that the land is not ours.
Yeah, that was the whole slavery
Yeah.
game. We knew that, right?
See,
Yeah.
that's why I said we're dealing with 400-year plan.
Yeah,
We're trying to make a solution.
Yeah, in 2 years, yeah. Yeah.
No, but here's what...
But remember too that even like Brother Omar saying, they might have had a 400-year plan, but 300 years of their 400-year plan was our plan.
It's us, that's right.
It wasn't their plan the whole 400 years. It was our plan that they inherited our plan in the last 100 years, and now they're parading around. Yeah, this is our plan. New World Order, Illuminati. Everybody does this there, and when that's not their stuff. It's our stuff.
It's not their stuff. It's our stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you. But we don't know that it's our stuff.
Right. This is
But
where
we're acting as if it's their stuff.
as if it's theirs.
It's
Yeah.
okay.
Right.
It's okay.
That's what it is.
It's okay to them.
I think
Why?
the average person doesn't know what's
Right, but here's what I'm saying to you. This is my counter to that is that
the elites know.
the instant that we start getting to know that it is our stuff, which is what's happening right now, you're going to see stuff crumbling. And it's not going to take no 400 years to reverse anything. It's going to happen in a generation. I'm telling you that. You're watching that happen right now.
Hold on, my friend. I didn't say it's not crumbling.
So, say that last part again? That is.
I didn't say it's not crumbling. I didn't say it's not
No, I know you didn't. I'm saying that it is.
But hear what's going on now, my friend. The fraction of people eyes that's been opened are opening up right now is like a fraction when Noah, majority, like 90% of the people drown under the water and 10%
Yeah.
So the opening of eye
Is someone
okay,
who's
majority of the people
are asleep.
And we can't stop that.
Yeah, but remember that 10% is why there's population today, not the 90.
Huh?
The 10% is why there's population right today. Is why there's people today. It's because of the 10%.
Why there is.
There's people today. But it's not because of the 90% that we're useless.
All I'm saying,
You know?
they can't save them.
Yeah. We just have, and this is part.
So
this is where we're going to. This is where we're going to with. Don't worry about the empty chairs. We got enough right here that whatever has to get done could be started, just like we're saying. We can start chipping away at it with what we got right now. All we gotta do is start chipping away at it. But that little chipping is gonna turn into a crack.
Yeah.
That
So
crack
let
is
me
gonna
show
turn
you
into
the
a hole.
example that I was talking about. We only meet once a year for 3 hours, and we're supposed to be 2 regencies meeting. How much work can we get done? How much work can we get done as a collective if we're meeting once a year for 3 hours? This is what I'm talking to you about from the concept of getting stuff done.
Right.
If you're not getting enough stuff done in a short enough time, then it becomes useless to a certain degree. Because ultimately, you might not be here next year. Neither will I. But if we got 6 months together and we met once a week, if we went once a week for 2 hours, we could get through that 3 acres. But it's not even like we're saying, it's not even about us as a collective getting together. How often, here's a question, how often are you guys getting together?
I think.
Hold on. How often are you guys getting together?
Once a month?
Once a month, sorry, once a month.
I think this is the way they build their society. When they do meet, not a lot of people meet. When they do meet.
Yeah, so only the people who are worthy. Yeah.
And meet, I think it's better this meets and we set an agenda and each person is delegated and each person goes and execute. Instead of the whole room
50 people trying to do it.
And we talk.
But no activity.
But if you have at least I meet you, I went to one club, talk. I just know about this last week. He didn't call me. No one called me.
You don't call me.
I just. No, I
said.
This is my point. The fact that he's the one who actually invited me.
Yes.
I know that invitation. I thought that the invitation came from him.
Okay.
But if it came from someone else, if I think it came from someone else, I might never move. Because I know what it's about, and originally he's the person who invited me.
Right. Yeah.
We have a meeting every month.
Yeah.
You know, from the last meeting we are here.
It's not about that.
Well, no, what I tell you, that's why, you know what I mean?
No, my point is this though. I just know about this, and this was on my agenda right away.
Yeah. So. Yeah, but that's where those are the ones that you need to deal with.
That's what I'm saying.
Dealing with the ones who they come to next week, then they sit and then or set a meeting. Yeah, 2 o'clock, and then 8 o'clock people are coming in like, yeah, we're here for the whatever. It's useless, right?
We're on the right path.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm telling you.
It's an annual meeting.
That's what I'm telling you that when my grandfather bring me to bush, only bad weed me see. And when we clean up the place, I will plant it, I will guard. And then one day we go walk out the back, I pay Carol come up back there, I pay Bokin come up back, and the grandmother said, empty backyard now.
I think I would love to be a part of the organizing of this next year.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
Well, that's what we're saying. That the organizing of this for next year is going to be everything in between, not next year. You know what I mean? So and just like what Brother Omar is saying, that you could do the inch, but you can't be doing the inch, and then going back feet, and doing inch.
And I think that whenever they're doing this function in Ottawa, same as though they would get a table and go present things to people.
Right, yeah. Same idea.
Same idea.
Introduce
things, because some, see.
But that's the part of like what you're saying. The you don't want all these people coming to the whatever. That what you're talking about is going to be the everybody who's here have their meeting. Okay, well we're gonna hit up the Parliament. We're gonna stand at Parliament, give out whatever. We're gonna go down to wherever they have the next black event. We're gonna go down there and give out whatever.
Like I said, we got a body in Moorish. We're here and we're meeting. This man knows we've been, Jair is here. Shane is here. We meet every month.
Yeah.
So like even for this, what happened for today, you come to the meeting. When you come to the meeting, then we can. That's all the days we're able to bring in the food and stuff, right? Because they're at the meeting.
Yeah.
So when we're at the meeting, we can go forward with any agenda that we need to deal with, or anything that we want to take care of. We can come together and move forward with that. Because like I said again, this is your movement. It ain't mine.
Yeah.
I'm a musician. I want to be at home just playing music. I don't want to be out here. I work 2 jobs. I don't got time to be trying to organize crap. That's for the young youths, and for the people out there to do that. So it's your stuff. If you want something, you're going to have to do it. This is what it is.
So my next speech, my last speech.
No.
One, my grandmother said, one cocoa full basket.
Islam. And so again, that if there's meetings going on already, like for example, one of the things that we were brought up in this learning is that you're gonna get with Moors who are doing something and help them do more stuff than they're doing, right? We don't do the follow people. Oh, that guy said whatever, so we're gonna chase after him, or that guy. We're gonna get ourselves together, and we're gonna chase each other. It's not gonna be a thing of some outside people are going to inspire us. We're going to inspire each other. We're going to do whatever we have to do for ourselves to have something. So like a lot of when we initially started out, right? We were doing things really just for the people who were immediately there. It wasn't an everybody thing. Like if we said we're doing a lecture, we're not doing a lecture for people to come in the door. We're doing a lecture because this guy put in 200, this guy put in 200, that guy put in 500, that's a lecture fee. Okay, so when we see whoever, we're going to sit at their feet, we're going to have our sit, we're going to take our notes or whatever, and that's what we want. If 50 people decide to say, hey, you guys are doing what? Well, I want to come and get some sit at the feet too. All right, come down, sit at the feet. But it's not a chasing thing. It's so not a, advertise this for everybody to come in here.
What he's showing me is that he's saying that there were a bunch of guys who got together and said, let's go put some money in to go learn some shit. That's some unique stuff. And they weren't doing it for the crowd. They were going to get some master teacher to come in there. That would be like in today's day and age putting our money aside to come and get LeBron to show us how to do some post-up shit.
That's right. And again, it's a learning curve because, like, I mean, you know, it take a while. A lot of people, they first get this information, like you said, it's something that they need to digest themselves. Yeah. They need to examine themselves. They need to actually go out in the world and have some experience that reflects them, and they're like, oh, okay, that's what that's about. Yeah. And then you see them start coming. So, like when I was out here, basically I was the only Moor that was out here, really, that I knew that was still like trying to do this hard. And now look around, man. There's like 10 of us, 12 of us, and there's other Moors out there that I haven't seen out there. So it's building. Yeah. We gotta show more love to each other and more purpose, and we can do this. You know?
Yeah. And again, going back to that same thing, that you know, we come to Ottawa for a lecture now, and Moors are here with fezzes and L's and B's and all that stuff now. Like that wasn't how it was. It was, you know, brothers and black guys and African whatever is coming to see the Moors. Now Moors are coming out. You know what I mean? Moors are coming out now. Which says that this thing took some steps in the time that we initially started, and it's beautiful, amazing.
And the other thing I think to not forget is the black guy who hasn't realized he's a Moor is still a Moor. Yeah. He's just an unawakened Moor.
Just unawakened.
He can't give that up. It's like a man can't stop being a man, and a woman can't stop being a woman.
Well, if they got a sex change.
Well, right there. But they would probably still have, anyways.
That's a whole other story.
Whole other story here. Anyways. So what I said.
Listen to this. My grandmother she always get banana, ripe banana, orange and all them things, and she always said to me, why Patrick, one day if this gonna sell at market? I said, come on grandma, nobody think about that, just let's go. And we go, everything sell out. We make so much money. So nobody think that way. Just do it, Bridget. Just do it.
It's love. Patrick's the new Tucker.
Upgraded Tucker.
Hey, Tucker 2019, eh?
So we, as usual, we do our annual picture. So we want to get our picture done, and we also want to once again open up the floor one more time. If anybody has questions, please present those questions or comments, or any comments. If any more's got any things to add.
One comment I have on ending on this group getting together, and why I always try, from my energy point, to make sure this happens. And Alfonso knows that. There's certain years I think sometimes it hasn't even seemed like it was a good time, right? That a couple of years ago it just seemed like certain times it wasn't, right? Just the way the energies were. But I think it's important that, and this is what, you know, the mayors from different towns get together and talk. You know that, right? Once a year, the mayors like from Toronto, Chicago, whatever, they all meet. We should be doing that in different regencies to keep ourselves together.
Are we still, what's going on for next month for Montreal?
Well, we're looking into that. We'll have to talk to Jid. But if that doesn't happen,
we could be going to Montreal next month.
Right. That's for the vernal equinox thing. What some of the stuff I'm thinking we do, and we need to at least try to meet up, maybe at least twice. Like I was saying, we should be at least trying to meet up twice a year. You know, maybe once here, once in Toronto. Like we have the barbecue in July. Come down to the barbecue, that kind of thing, because then you can work with, you know, you have your own stuff that you're doing on your own, but then you're also coming together with your larger family to continue to build.
Things like the barbecue, we want everybody there. But like the lectures and certain things, it's like when certain countries and nations send out their representatives, a few dignitaries to come find out what's going on, or to showcase, or to represent that country or that whatever. So it's the same thing, like, everyone doesn't come on, but if we have a one neutral meeting ground, we're meeting in Ottawa. The Moors from all provinces, at least one, should be there.
Should be there.
To represent that regency, or to go back to be able to tell what happened, to share the information or whatnot.
And I'd say it should happen more than once a month, that's for sure, because that's how they do it. The big boys do it. The prime ministers don't meet up maybe more than once a year, but the ministers are meeting up probably every quarter. As well as we also have to see this, that we're connected with the environment too. So like you're saying, we should be meeting up sometime when the sun is out there, so to speak, right? On that other energy level where we can be outside in nature, those kind of things, right? Come back up to Ottawa in the summer again. You know what I'm saying? So all of that stuff, but let's commit to that. But then, you know, the commitment has to be the same, right? From the perspective that hopefully if we attend, that everyone shows up, so to speak, right? And like Yusun is saying, maybe not everyone has to show up, but hopefully at least representatives.
Sorry, go ahead.
The question I asked was about, because I want to know about Spain.
Yeah.
The rule, as they said, ruling family went to the Caribbean.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to know what you know about that. If you break it down, if you know about it.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. That those people that you're talking to, called Maroons, they're them. They're just not calling themselves Moors. They're calling themselves Maroons.
Okay.
They should be calling themselves Moors, so they can tie themselves to that ancient culture that came over there to the Caribbean and brought certain stuff. It's legit.
But I also want to point out,
Because remember, the brother said that you know the Irish went to Barbados, and then but there wasn't some Europeans. There was people who looked like us that were Irish. It wasn't some slavery that brought.
You weren't here for that. You weren't here for that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So that's where he was going, talking about that.
Like, what you need to understand is that we tend to think that when we hear Spanish or the European doing this to us, it's infighting, and they just picked up the spoils of war, if you want to say. It was infighting between us. So when you think of Moors going to civilize Spain from Africa, don't just think of Africa where it is, but think of Moors from around the planet going to Spain. And when they fell, then they all go back home. You understand?
So before 1492.
So before 1492, right, 7-11 or whatever, think of it as Moors from everywhere going into Spain to help out. And after 1492, when they fell, some went back to here, some went back to Jamaica, some went back to Barbados, some went back
to the mainland, some went back
to
Australia, some went back to wherever they
came. And then also, I think what you're missing is that there was also a culture that was here that they don't even tell you about.
What they don't tell you about is that we were already in the Americas.
We were already here, and civilization was here.
There's books about it. Like we were talking about, like had you come earlier, I was telling you about the books and all that you can get. There's a book.
I know these things. The key word I always hear you is expulsion. And when I look up that word, basically it's saying removed from being a membership of an organization.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you were here earlier, I was discussing that. What actually happened is that the Sultan at the time, he made a deal with Isabella, Queen Isabella, to get out of jail because he tried to take over Castile. He got caught. He got sent to jail. And in order for him to get out of jail, he had to make a deal with Isabella because she's a Castilian.
Okay.
So he sold this side of the empire for 17 million Libera, which is like $17 million at that time.
So basically,
She didn't have
he gave up his interest in this side of the empire.
Right.
From a royal family position.
Right. She didn't have the money because they weren't rich, so she had to borrow. She didn't have the money. They didn't have the money because they weren't rich, so they had to borrow money from the De Medici family, which is part of the Vatican. And so when she got that money, she bought that part of the empire. He got taken out of jail and sent back to Morocco, the empire.
So that's the expulsion. That's the removal of...
No, you're not listening. Just listen.
He's talking about the single person right now.
Talking about the Sultan at that time. He got sent to jail. They dug out his eyes, but they had to keep him alive because he formed treaties with the Moors on this side, unifying the empire again. Right. I mean, I'm talking about the Americas, like the continent. Right? So based on that now, based on infighting between us and selling that part of the empire, that's how the Moors from that part of the empire had to leave now, because now Isabella owned this part of the continent, if you want to
And then to expound on that, the expulsion came from the fact that if you didn't sell out to the thing,
then you had to be removed.
That's where the Moriscos and the Conversos came in.
If you didn't want to be Christian.
This is where the conversion between, if you didn't leave, you have to convert to Christianity and become a Morisco.
Okay.
Or a converso.
Or a converso.
Or Jamaican, or Trinidadian, or whatever. You have to convert to the British, how we see you.
And then
you can't be your
and then the
true
further
self.
thing to that was that then you had to take on a Christian name. That was the science behind all of that.
Yeah.
So what you were
And
seeing
this
is
is where
the
the name Negro comes in and stuff like that, because Negro actually means a black thing, something that's not alive. That's, right, and all that. And that's where you get the black from, because it's a concept.
And then the very last thing that I had been just doing some studying the last little bit of studying that I need you to be very, I think, clear on is 80 to 90% of the time when they're using words like Spanish and African, those are actually words that they're using to mean Moors and different parts of the Moorish Empire. But they're taking the Moors out of it so you don't connect. So when they're saying Spain did this and Spain did that, Spain was really the Moors.
But it's different sides of the...
Right, and then when they're talking about Africa did this and Africa did that, they're making that up as if that's as if Africa is the continent when it's really the Moors, but they're not.
So basically then, families who leave from Europe or Spain, they went not only in the Jamaica,
they went everywhere. Everywhere where they were from originally.
All right. Okay.
Right?
Or this is before the expulsion. We're not talking expulsion yet. We're saying when they realize the pressure
was up,
when they realize stuff's about to be up, grab the boats or whatever. Let's just go back to where it is that where we have rule.
And then the last
we don't want to be under them.
So basically, they went there to
get out.
No, they went to Europe to help
civilize them.
To civilize.
Because there's no civilization there.
That's
what
the letters.
Barns and all that.
Remember, it's not about went to Europe.
So you say no, we in Ottawa, we in the Caribbean, we in the Americas there.
Yeah.
And we take it upon to ourselves, so we're gonna go to Europe to civilize.
No, there was.
Yeah, but think of it. Yes, but think of it like this though. It's a global empire. Okay. So there's people from all over areas, people with higher forms of wisdom. Like if you go back and you check, the original meaning of Moor means the high priest of Anu. M-A-U-R. So those are the ones that had the highest knowledge. Now they're taking that knowledge from Egypt and bringing it into places to civilize people.
So hold on. So yes, may I try to see this?
Can I give you?
Let him finish.
May I try to see this realistically?
Yes.
So you're saying we're here, and then we take it onto ourselves. We take it onto ourselves. Where there's some uncivilized people.
Yes.
Right.
And we say we're going to go there and civilize them.
Right.
No, not necessarily civilize them, but take civilization to that place where it's uncivilized.
Yes.
Nothing to do with people. Nothing to do with bring the European into. They just happen to be in that area that we were bringing civilization to.
Okay, so we're bringing civilization to a place.
Right. And whoever's there, they're going to get civilized.
Okay. So
Well, hold on, but there's a subsection to that. The reason why they're doing that is because, remember, they were in the Dark Ages.
Right,
Between
right.
the ages of 600 and 700, these people had fallen into areas of being absolutely uncivilized. So they, remember, are part of the human family that they created. That's what the European was, that they went and put over in Europe to begin with, because because the weather was more able.
Hold on. So we get sorry
That's
for them.
confusing now.
Hold on. We get sorry for them.
Yeah,
It's not
yeah.
confusing, what?
We become sorry for them, the people that we put over there.
We didn't sorry, it was our duty to basically
So we go over there to
to bring their vibration up.
That's what the Renaissance was.
Yes.
The Renaissance was bringing the education back to the people that you had abandoned.
Right, like, because the reason why we don't want to say civilize them, because people are going to have the mindset that the Moors gave the European, and now the Europeans ruling the world with what the Moors gave them, and then the Moors are traitors because they thought that's not what.
Isabella was uncivilized then.
Yeah, all those people lived in barns or whatever. They didn't have no castles until they removed the Moors.
To buy this side of the empire. If she's a queen, how come she doesn't have money?
Part of the reason was too because of the so-called Catholic Church that was forming at that time was burning all the popes.
Absolutely,
burning all the
absolutely. Trying to keep them.
But that came after 1490.
But that was also to keep them in the same.
Where was the Catholic Church at that time?
Well, they weren't really much of anything at that time. They came to me. The strength of the Catholic Church.
What year was that? Was that when the Knights Templars? Right?
That was over
before 1492.
Yeah. That was in the 1100s. That was in the 1100s and the 1200s.
And when the Knights Templars got the quote-unquote Mohammedan knowledge, their own people that had sent them,
which were the Catholics,
started
persecuted them.
And that's when it went into the Dark Age, because they started burning all the knowledge wasn't coming from the so-called European Church, then they were burning that shit.
So when did we go to Europe?
700. We were there in the 700, 800, in the 700 to 800s. We finally got them up to a knowledge where they kicked us out in 1492.
711.
Yeah, that's what's said.
So before 711, they were just uncivilized. There was no king, there was no queen, there was no empire.
It might have been. It might have been
the Visigoths.
The Visigoths.
They were sort of European tribes. Is what you would call European.
Uncivilized people.
Germanic
tribes, all that kind of stuff. Exactly. So that's what happened. We went in there to help civilize them, and obviously, like what Brother Sheldon's saying, is yet again we corrupted ourselves, created too many schisms, and what happened was
infighting and all that,
and too much infighting. And then what happened was, before the shit hit the fan, most people took off, but really there was a whole empire over here, and that's what they were looking for. They were looking for all that wealth. And when they came here, unfortunately, we lived in peace and harmony.
Because part of the history too is that once they realized that. In order to subjugate these people, right, we have to, our people, in order for the Europeans to have the complete power, they're going to have to get, this is like 1492 and after, right, they had to have an inquisition, or they had to persecute the people who they just took out of power. So when they took these people out of power, they put them in prison, they tortured them, they do whatever. In doing that, they found out that they got land across the Atlantic Ocean. These people didn't.
The Inquisition is actually inquiry.
Right, yeah. So they're doing a political inquiry into who are these people that we just conquered.
Where they got the goods at.
Like who are they?
But then let's say this: the Inquisition would also take.
Saying they come on this side and come conquer now.
That's Treaty of Tordesillas. Is when they carved up, just like our Treaty of Berlin was to carve up Africa. Treaty of Tordesillas was to carve up the Americas, and then have all these people. That's why you got Hispaniola, and then they say Haiti and Dominican Republic, but both of those places are one place. What do you mean you guys are in two different places, but it's one place? What are you talking about? That's European psychology that they got put under to even think like that, which goes back to the same thing of the Inquisition of the Moors. But now it's over on this side because now they know, and then that leads into Civil War, American Revolution, all this stuff, slavery over here. All of that stuff has to do with the Inquisition against the Moors that just came across the seas now to over here.
And the Inquisition really was about getting people to convert. the Inquisition was inquiring into whether you were going to agree or
whether you're going to be down with the Catholicism or we're going to take your head.
And then the way that they did that was through obfuscation, by getting you to admit to things, and they would give you trials that you could never pass, right? If you get lit on fire and you don't die, then you're whatever, right? So you would, or we're going to hold you underwater for 5 minutes, and if you live, then we know you're innocent. So those kind of,
So just to add to that, like I was explaining, the Vatican was the third party to the treaties on this side. Understand? Huh? The Moors that formed the treaties on both sides.
Okay.
The Vatican was the third party to that.
Okay.
Whenever you form a treaty, there has to be a witness. The Vatican was the witness.
but you're saying the Vatican also had its fingers.
Well, yeah, they're the witness, right? They have the.
No, but they also had a personal, I think, something to gain with the party Isabella. Isn't that what you're?
Well, yeah. Well, so once.
Vatican was a stakeholder then.
Yes, sort of, from what I'm.
Well, sort of, but what happened is once this part of the empire was sold now, Isabella owned this part, and because the Vatican's a third part to the agreement, they can say who gets what part of the Americas and who didn't. That's why they said Spain got this.
Okay, hold on.
Right?
So basically then, so when they're coming on this side of the, this is the word, empire,
yeah.
okay?
Yeah.
They are the authority.
Yeah.
Yeah, the authority. They were within the right.
It was fictitious. It was fictitious authority. It was authority under force of arms.
It was
It wasn't authority that was granted to them because they're the sovereign, or it wasn't authority granted to them because they're the firstborn.
No, it was an authority granted to them based upon
because of El Segal selling out the empire. That's
Which is not really authority.
It's not really authority, but
it's not really authority. Like if I kick your ass and take your jacket, it's not. No, look at it like that. If I beat you up and I take your jacket,
does that mean
because you're beat up, does that mean that this jacket's mine?
No.
Same thing with.
You say you attempted to do something and it didn't work, and he was put in jail.
Yes.
And then
listen. Spain, Portugal, right? Castile is here. Isabella, Queen Isabella, was a Castilian. Boabdil tried to take over Castile and he got caught and put in jail.
He lost.
He lost, so he's in jail.
He physically got caught. He physically got caught.
Right? Yes. He's in Castile's jail. He makes a deal to get out of jail with Queen Isabella because she is Castilian.
And give up.
His interest. Right. So to get out of jail, they made a deal to give up the empire, the Americas. Right. She didn't have the money, so she had to borrow money from the Medicis because it was $17 million. Just a family that's part of the Vatican.
Part of the church.
Right.
You're right.
Yeah.
She got the money. She bought it from Boabdil. He got out of jail, went back. The treaties that he signed with the Americas, now Isabella owned them.
Owned them. Yeah.
Right. Now 1492, and this was like in 1491 or whatever. Once this happens now, she has clearance now to come to the Americas.
Authority.
Yeah. So she sends Columbus on boats with Moors that know where they're going because they already had the part of the treaty. Right?
Okay then.
Can
we have the picture?
Can we get the picture? Since that question, hold on one second.
Hold on.
I get you. Islam. Go ahead, sis.
We don't believe that.
Sorry.
The dark people came from Africa on a boat as slaves.
Didn't happen the way that
they say it didn't happen.
Because I visited Senegal and I went to Ile de Gorée, and that was like the last spot where they kept the slaves.
Right.
And they told us the whole history of how they kept humans here, and then you would see like the door of no return.
Right. I went to Ghana as well, and I went to Elmina. The slave fort Elmina, I went there too, and they had the same story and all that stuff.
So you think that, well, the Westerners,
Europeans?
the Europeans just told that story to
Yeah. Well, yeah, because check. Sorry, not to.
No, go ahead,
They said 6 weeks. They said it took 6 weeks to get from that port to the Americas, and everybody knows it's 3 months minimum.
And then you have to think about
Everybody knows that.
You have to think about it when you start breaking down the science. You couldn't have enough water on the boat to feed all those people. ships today have resalinators which take seawater and purify it for them to drink. Where would all those people, how could people sit chained for 3 months, not moving? It's not possible.
And to add to that, and to add to that,
where would they
when I
gone?
came out of the fort, I talked to locals on the street. And even they were saying that it's not 6 months, it's 6 weeks, it's 3 months. 3 to 4 months to get across. So how come at the fort, they're saying 6 weeks, but everybody on the outside knows it's 3 months?
But we're trying to tell you, even when you start breaking down the science, you realize it's not possible at that time, with the technology they had, to possibly bring 12 million people over here, which is the going rate, as well as where would they go to the washrooms, all these things. So what they really did was they just sort of shifted people around, killed off people that were in the know, and sort of broke our society up. That's what they did.
And then you could also look at the, when they talk about the numbers of people that were brought, majority of those people went to South America. They didn't even reach North America, as far as the slave, whatever. Right? Majority of them went there.
And then the last thing, they also found all kinds of artifacts over here that had nothing to do with the so-called native indigenous people that they tried to work into this theorem. Because a lot of the artwork reflected who we were, not the so-called native.
Not the Indian.
Not the
Well,
Indian.
now the thing with the native is, like, why did they target us and not them? How come?
As far as what?
Because the Indians sold out, and you see the state that the so-called Indian is right now. They've sold out. They got the reserves, but everyone's all messed up. So what you've got is the same thing that he's talking about. Same thing that he's talking about, where the families who own sort of the rights to sign away their countries and stuff, they're living pretty, while the rest of the reserve is living in abject poverty, right? And they're doing that, and they get that little parcel of land, which is called the reserve. And then this is where this whole thing sort of has come from.
And we were talking about earlier too, about Europeans being in slavery. But the time frame, the 200 to 300 years that Europeans were in slavery was the same time that they're saying that they brought us somewhere else. Which is contradictory, because they couldn't even go in the water with a boat without us taking their boat and taking them, putting them in slavery. Right? So what happened? So they really flipped the story, made us the slaves, they became the masters.
Right.
And
then I feel like we are just like, we believe in stuff, you know? I don't know how to.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, but understand the belief.
I'm not trying to discriminate or just like say that this type of people. Okay. Anyways, I'm just trying to say like a lot of us are believers of like God or like, you know, spiritual things, and like a lot of like the majority of them don't really believe in something greater.
Right.
So I feel like you made it easier for us to just believe any story they told us.
No, you see, it was by force. No, we're not just believing.
Yeah,
That's what she's saying. We overstood the ritual that goes along with it. So we're very ritualistic people, like libation and all that stuff. We know why we do it.
Yeah, it's
so yeah, but the knowledge part, they educate, they have to put you in school and force you, and then rewrite. So I could say,
He's also known as Boaz.
Christopher Columbus discovered Jamaica in 1492. How do I know that? That's what they told me. I took exams and I passed. Was it so? No. But I repeated.
So check out.
And did. But education is a big part. Generation. And then if I don't know, I'm alternate information from within. You must know that my child will get that too. And I'm thinking I'm doing justice, right? So yeah, I'm like, Daddy, but this is how it is. So the same way they told us to. Like, I know what you mean when you said you went and see. And they're good at it. They try to see what they want you to see. They even told us that we didn't write. You know the biggest thing that's going for us? If they could move the pyramids, they would have moved it. But because the pyramid is there, it overshines every lie that they told. They said we didn't write.
That's right. That's what that was.
Right? You heard that one, we don't write, right? You heard that one, right? So what do you know now? That we gave them civilization.
Absolutely.
That's why the story just different.
And one to remember that from your perspective, you already have a culture and all that stuff. You're looking at, it's just like with Omar and his mate that she's Japanese. And she's looking at us weird because
she thinks we're messed
why
up.
you go into classes to learn about yourself? Like, what do you mean? You go to school to learn that or whatever? Because it's not even something in their mind that a Japanese guy is going to be up here doing a lecture to some Japanese people about being Japanese. Or who know who you are. Or show them their flag. Oh yeah, you guys never seen this flag before? It's a Japanese flag. You already have
know
that.
what? When I talk to her about this stuff, I know she knows that. That's why her ex-man was a Jamaican. Because she decided she wasn't going to be with a European. She plainly told me that. And when I break down the science, I see that she's just, you know what I know? I know that they know this. They just have been told, don't talk about it with
the niggers.
How do you know that?
As far as
how do you know that they know?
Because I work with Nigerians, right? Let me answer. I work with Nigerians, and one day I was doing the history of Abu Bakr and Mali and Mansa Musa and all that. How they came over here, 1311 and all that, right? And I said, hey, did you know that there was Africans came over here in 1311 and never left? And look, he goes, how did you find out? That's what he said to me. He goes, how did you find out? That means they know. They know. The whole world knows that we're Moors. Except for us. And now we're starting to find out, and it's like too much all at once. You know what I mean?
Yeah. We got
we're gonna get this picture.
We gotta get our picture.
Young Moor asking questions.
All right, let's get Young Moor's question in the back. Peace, bro.
Go ahead.
They may tell you they sailed over here.
Oh, we have a sister here, Ashley. I think she.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to add something to what she said, because that is kind of a problem, because I'm part of many student association, like Black Student Association or African Caribbean or whatnot. So it's just kind of like with our people, most of our people are like heavily indoctrinated, you know?
Absolutely.
Like, religiously or education-wise and stuff like that. And to the very few that are not indoctrinated, it's like they don't want anything to do with anything Islam or nothing against Islam or whatnot, right?
Yeah.
So I was here 2 years ago, and there was a lot of information that I took in that changed my life. But I feel like you guys have a lot to offer, especially to the youth. And I feel like you guys need to connect with us more.
Yeah.
And like I said, there's nothing wrong with Islam or whatnot, but like let's say it's somebody that goes to church every Sunday or whatnot, and we call them to learn about Black history.
Right.
And that would be like, oh, okay, so Islam is this or whatnot. So I think it's important to pick a target audience.
Yeah. Well, part of that too is the target audience calling us.
Like when I met this brother on the bus, this younger youth, we started talking building right away, and he was like, I was learning from him. He's asking me questions, but I'm learning from him. And I'm like, okay, we're going down, man. He's there, you know?
Yeah. But like from my experience and reaching out, especially at Ottawa, there's almost like 20 Black student associations here, right? And more than ever, like we're looking up, we need guidance.
Like
everywhere you go,
from the perspective of, for example, you were here. Like one of the things is you know, what we were talking about earlier is everybody's a seed, right? So you being a seed now, you go plant with those individuals.
Right.
It might be 20 different groups, but every group has one individual in it that is open-minded, free thinker, open heart, whatever like that. You'll be able to build with them on this. They're not going to talk about Islam. They're going to deal with getting more knowledge. Those are the ones that you would gather on and say, Alfonso, we need you to come over and teach a class on whatever, because we have 20 people who are interested in, you know what I mean, the info, opposed to us going and flooding the place with flyers or whatever for people to reach out to us, because we know that getting people that way you're not going to get the real ones that want this. You're going to get all the stragglers that come with it.
And then one other thing,
you don't want to deal with the straggler people. You want to deal with the people who they're going to come when they come to the thing. They're coming with their paper. They're taking their notes or whatever like that. They're going to leave. They're going to present to you. Oh, I was doing some research on whatever like that. I found this out. Oh, you need to check this out. Whoever else was there, oh yeah, we found. Now you guys have some type of book club or whatever going on. You have some type of meetings going on, but it's based on the ones who actually want the information. Once you're dealing with everybody, once you're dealing with everybody, you're gonna get that straggler energy that's gonna more slow you down than, you know, make you have some progression. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're just gonna get this man's last questions and we'll take the picture. Go ahead, man.
So yeah, I mean, based on me, I think I actually came earlier to school.
Speak up.
I missed up on, but going back to what he said, he brought up the whole Moorsmanship and how we found out we were Moors and whatnot. I just want to know, like, in terms of just the definition of Moors and us being and where we're coming from. What is that specifically?
Well, if we take out religion, spirituality, where we're from, how we dress or whatever, Moor is any dark-skinned person, especially an African Negro, is what a Moor is. So everybody in this room qualifies as that. If we go outside, anybody who's a European, they might be a amalgamated version, but they're still part of our stock. Because they even know that they came from an African woman. Europeans aren't dumb that way a European woman is who we were made from or whatever. They know that they came from us. Right? So they're Moors too. They're just not full-blooded. They're amalgamated.
So have a percentage, like if you're a percentage, like if you're mixed or whatnot.
Right, you're qualified, yeah, right. But as far as the nationality aspect, it would be through mother. Because we're not patriarchs. So we're not going to say that we're descendant from the father. And then when you look at all the different schools of thought, that's where they go. That father is who they're descended from. But anciently, that's not, it was never like that. It was always mother that we go back to as our foundation. You know what I mean? If you get sick, you're going to moms. You're not going to dad if you get sick.
But here's an example too. Like in Japan, they say that it's the father who the name comes from. But ultimately, in Japan, you have to be from a Japanese woman to be considered Japanese.
Right.
So if you're out somewhere else and you're having a Japanese man and whoever have a baby, that baby's not considered Japanese. It's only through the mother.
Right.
So behind the scenes, everyone's going on the real science. In front of it, they're still trying to pimp the patriarchy, but they're doing that from a perspective that the woman's asleep, because she really is asleep.
Yeah.
She's passed it on to her sons to hopefully run some stuff, because really it's her who's really been the most. They've been the ones who've been fighting the most.
Yeah.
And you see that when women fight, better get the hell out of the way.
That goes to what I was saying, how the woman is the deity of the planet. Because whatever you're going through when you're pregnant with the child comes out with that knowledge regardless.
Or lack of knowledge.
Or lack of knowledge.
All right, picture.
Picture, thank you.
Islam Moors, thanks. We appreciate everybody. We're going to get our annual picture taken. Let's get all the tall people in the back.
Got this. Got this, Moor.
Where's my reason? It always ends up
I want us to hold up what's
Ethiopian. This is my God. Meet my God. God. No, you don't know what God you get. God. The original is here. The original Ethiopian.
Yeah, no, I get you. Yo, where's the picture of Congo? Good one.
Who's taking the picture?
I don't know. We'll figure it out.
We don't know yet. It's coming down.
Standing up there, nobody taking the picture.
Whoever, take the picture. Whoever.
Give me the camera. Give me the camera.
We'll do one. All right, but so we have to wait for everyone.
Yeah, we get everybody in.
Let's close it in. We gotta close it in. Here, brother, can I ask you to take this from this one too? Brother? Maybe you can, oh, you probably have to be back there, don't you? Right?
Yeah, I gotta be way up there. What kind of phone is it?
Apple. You might have to, the code is 666-777. Use 666.
Cover your face.
Okay, look ahead. Whoever is it?
Hold in the front.
Hold on.
Islam.
Hold on. We got everyone?
More like.
Jair, run.
One bloodline.
Run into it.
More like.
Islam.
Say cheese. Oh, I'm vegan. Celery.
Vegan cheese.
Omar.
Cheesy Omar.
Shut up. What do you like to wait?
The best camera of all of them.
And sure, we want to get one with you in it, right?
Yeah, we take it.
You gotta take over them chair?
Yeah, man, he go there. I just do a selfie.
Yeah.
Selfies work.
No, it's too small. You go far.
Yeah.
Alright, we'll come.
Wait, Ronnie, we want that picture with you in. Come in. Come in. I'll send you a replacement.
Hold it. Put up my five to my two. Hold it.
Ronnie!
When you're ready for your cameraman comes to your house and take a picture.
You're ready to give a lecture.
Islam on three. 1, 2, 3.
Islam!
One more.
I don't think mine you can pop over.
Lots of Moors.
More like.
1, 2, 3.
More life.
More like.
You got him?
Yeah,
Islam. Oh,
No one ever did that one. That's the first time someone's doing that.
Oh, you were in Hamilton.
Someone did that one?
What's his name? If one could go that far. All right. We'll probably win.
This is a homage beat.
L's hot, but get cold when it's winter. My earth takes a break, quake cities off the cliff. Down, deep sea into mountain, continental shift. Your continent could drown or rip, there's more. Think not, you don't know what I'm into. Where I'm at, it's all in the mental. Smash all instrumentals round me. It's all about my circle squared up with my nature. Fear not, love, bravery, am I didn't make her. She made me to create her will. The home she in, shape her skin, contain her frame, no minor. She a major win, angel in, grew up educated on the demons, veiny, scaly wings, ranger paper bullshit, the mother cup of that. Got nothing to pack, Negro black colored, on the chopping block, still on the blocks, chopping whatever they rap, rob, recover the chop, the world's shaking.